welcome back everybody. I'm happy we are continuing with a great set of papers. The first one by Rasmus Bjørn, who's based at Copenhagen, the University of Copenhagen.
Right, yes, thank you very much. And I'm the token historical linguist here, and I want to thank the organizers for inviting me with this different perspective on the same shared prehistory. I hope you all like puzzles. I know I do, and that is my line of work. One of the big questions is, why is English rice similar to Cotonese saka, riso? And of course, that is part of an ancient communication network that we know quite well. So that's not news to anybody that these words are connected, but they are part of my PhD work. Similarly, why is English mare similar to Mandarin ma, which means horse? I'll give you the answer later. First of all, this work is based on my PhD, which was written in Jena with Robert Spengler as my co-supervisor. And I focus on 15 different domesticated crops and animals to see if there is a linguistic trail that follows the archaeological trail. There is. The outline of my talk today is that we'll talk about the methodology, quickly, of historical linguistics, and then move on to how we triangulate that to inform the science of human history and prehistory, and then end up with these wonderful linguistic trails across Eurasia in this early Silk Road. So first of all, historical linguistics and the human past. Language is a macrocultural phenomenon. So unlike archaeology, where you look at one particular site, it doesn't make sense to talk about language like that because they must have occupied like a larger community in order to make sense. That's why we use language. So it works on a societal scale as a means of communication. It's democratic in the sense that it's constantly negotiated. You can introduce new words, but they only make sense if the rest of the speakers of your language know what that word means. And there you can also see gradual changes to pronunciations, to meaning, and grammar in general. It's also very resilient because each language, and the English language that we speak today, has an unbroken tradition through millennia. At least 10,000 years, but basically from the onset of human language. We cannot reach that far. Roughly 5,000, 6,000, at the very most 10,000 years back with the comparative method, we can talk about, we can be pretty sure about what's going on. And it's also dynamic at the same time because we can borrow words. And we do that when our lives change. We need to come up with different words to talk about the lives that we live. As such, it invites network analysis, and what I find quite important here is also indigenous histories embedded in the language traditions, because you have word for things and we can take that back to a certain step with our method. Then we can tell the stories of these different speech communities across the globe without having to rely on formal histories, which is of course reliant on the historical accident that is writing. So it is, I think, important for archaeologists to remember the thick veneer that covers any archaeological site. There's no human habitation without language. We cannot access what language that is directly, but we have an idea of what language is spoken in that region for some periods. Right, so the basics of human language dynamics through time is that there are two principal dynamics. The first one is probably the one you've heard most about. It's the vertical one, the parent to child, which is governed by regularity. So little by little, there will be changes to the language, but they will be regular. And therefore, we can arrive at some sort of proof in the sense that we can test if there's regularity to these changes. Over time and space, this branching occurs. So if you move from one area to the next and you don't talk to each other anymore, you're not negotiating a common language anymore, and the languages can diverge. And that gives us these tree structures, as you might have seen. The other one, which is just as important, and the focus of my work, is the horizontal between different groups. And that's what tells us about cultural diffusion, and it works wave-like. And that's where we look at loanwords. And unfortunately, this is governed by a lack of regularity because it only affects the particular words or ideas that are being shared at that particular point of time. So we don't have the entire language structure passed on from one to the other, only there's one concept or one idea or one sound that you're inspired by some other group. So the regular tree, we get regular sound correspondences, and we can then plot that on to regular sound developments in terms of what trajectory they have. And it's basically an economical function of communication where innovations accrue over time and distance. So the top rows, except for the last one, are all Indo-European languages. And the example here shows how we have what we call the Germanic sound shift, which shifted all Ds to Ts. So in all the other Indo-European languages, they still preserve a D, where the Germanic languages have T. And then German went a step further. All their Ts became Zs. But we can see Finnish shows none of that regularity in sound correspondences for these core vocabulary items. So they belong to a different language family called Uralic, which we will get back to. There it was. So the linguistic data that I work with in prehistory is based on these correspondence sets. From here, an example from Indo-European languages. Obviously, I can say cow today, so that's the present day, but we also have attestations of that word 1,000 years back. We have it in other Germanic languages. We have it in other Indo-European languages where all these sound correspondences are all regular. That allows us to posit a protoform, which is guo, and it probably meant something like cow if all descendant languages agree to a meaning cow. What we cannot say is exactly when that was spoken, because we're obviously moving beyond the historical period here. We're moving into prehistory. So we're working, like archaeologists were until carbon-14 dating, with relative chronologies. The same thing goes for all other language families. But you can see there are different depths to it, and it all depends on the historical accident of writing when we're comfortable saying, well, they must have been spoken before this point in time. So based on this internal reconstruction of the languages, we can arrive at some relative chronologies for our domesticated crops and animals. We can say with certainty that the speakers of Proto-Indo-European knew the concept of a horse, they knew the concept of a cow, and some sort of grain. It's been hypothesized to be barley, but it was consistently used among all the descendant-speaking population, all the descendant languages. They show regular sound developments that allows us to posit this at this early stage. And then for the rest of the items that I looked at, there's no common Proto-Indo-European word. That doesn't mean that they did not know the concept, but it means that it was not consistently employed in a sense where they did not see a need to reintroduce it at a later point. So of course, this is the whole thing about absence of evidence v. evidence of absence, of course. But we do have positive evidence of words for a type of horse and a type of cow for Proto-Indo-European. And then the rest of the items just come later, no regularity, therefore they must have been introduced at a later point. And that was based on the regularity principle when we reconstruct this internal vertical transmission. Then we have the irregular waves, the horizontal transmission. All languages have loanwords, so there's no debate about that. And they reflect social dynamics through time. Sometimes you want to borrow a word just because it's cool, like the word cool. I can attest to at least 10 different languages that use that word cool because it's cool to speak English, and cool is a cool word, and it's not cool anymore because now young people use different words. So I'm also getting old. And that's language for you. It's about social positioning. All these little things we can change all the time. I can't reconstruct words or like social dynamics for these kinds of words like cool. That's why I look at the very stable words that are introduced and then they retain that meaning through time. And I mentioned this irregularity even for modern concepts like the bagel and bacon, which we know in English have the same onset sounds. We see different onsets in Mandarin. Nobody would doubt that this was borrowed from English, but it's just to say we cannot, with linguistic means alone, prove that these were borrowings because there's no regularity to it. So we have to go to contextualization. We know enough about this transfer to say, yes, that was borrowed from English, but we cannot just look at the sound structure to say this was definitely borrowed here because we don't have the same regularity as we have internally. But what we do look at is obviously they look similar, they mean the same thing. So that's our best explanation for that phenomenon. So I look at wonderful Wanderwörter. Wanderwörter are wandering words. The question is, what do the computer T still have in common? Well, they were innovations that changed human societies to greater or lesser extent across the globe, and they all spread quite rapidly. So of course the computer, a lot of us in this room basically remembers when that became a staple in our households. And all languages, all communities across the globe needed to find a new word for it. All the green ones are just, you know, easy peasy, just take the word from English that came up with it, we say computer. The blue ones, they did something different. They knew that it meant, you know, like a calculator kind of thing. And then in Czech, in Icelandic, and in Arabic, they took native words to, you know, make what we call a calc, a loan translation of the English word. So again, it wouldn't be obvious to anybody that they're related, but we know the context, so they're part of the same global phenomenon. I'm not going to go into calcs. They're very difficult to work with in deep prehistory, but we do see some of them. Actually, also for the, I want to mention it now, also for Central Asia, where we see in separate language groups, but they're neighboring languages still, that I think it's rye, that is called the black grain. We only see that in a small area, bordering in Mandarin, I think it is, but we don't see that anywhere else. And that suggests that they knew what they meant in these different languages, so they could translate that. That tells us something profound about how these different communities knew each other's languages. So tea, same thing. So you can all go here and have black tea or chai. Basically, it's the same word coming out of China. Not that long ago, the chai took the Mongolic steppe route inland, and tea was with Dutch traders from a different dialect of Chinese, and went all the way across Africa and into Northern Europe, and that's why you can get chai tea today. Completely uncontroversial. And the eponymous Silk Road, of course, there's also a linguistic trail here. And it's important because it tells us that silk was not introduced to Northern Europe and to English silk from the Mediterranean basin, because then we would expect an R. It went with Iranic speakers, Sarmatians probably, north of the Caspian Sea via the rivers up there. So these are uncontroversial, Wanderwörter, but just to show that they reflect the communication networks and the spread of these commodities. Just to sum up, these wandering wonder words, they're culturally significant, attractive to distinct language communities, they're potentially datable with an archaeological signal, and which is really nice for historical linguists because we work with all these relative chronologies. But if we can date that to an archaeological signal, then it's not relative anymore, it's concrete. And dating in one language family, we can tie that directly to the relative chronologies of another language family. And then stable semantics is really nice because that's another vector that I haven't talked much about, but if words mean very different things, and words can come to mean different things, it's difficult to compare. But if it means cow, 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 cow all along, we're probably talking about the same concept throughout. So that leads me to the second part of my talk, which is triangulation and the science of human history, how to integrate linguistic data with archaeological and genetic data. So basically, we share the same human past. That's a really important point. Like I said earlier, the people that you dig up, they spoke a language. Language prehistory was not on Mars, and archaeology here on Earth, and genetics on Venus. No, it's the same people, but with the different traces that they left behind. So also just to justify my place here, because I worked 4 years with archaeologists, geneticists, and Antiquity asked me earlier this year to review these two new books, one on the egregious uses of triangulation in the past, and one working now on the big Indo-European, the question of where did Indo-European come from. So in a lot of ways, we are now in the process, with us being in the same room, reconciling 200 years of fallible people working to perfect individual sciences and explain these shallow resemblances between people, cultures, and all of that. We know so much more now, and we've seen the excesses of some of these things. The article is open access. I'm very happy to share it with you, but it tries to summarize where we are now and where we should be heading, being in the same room, speaking the same language. And also just to hammer this point home that we've been working quite intensely, and of course with Robert Spengler here as well, to integrate the linguistic data into the archaeological data to provide this kind of a synthesis. And it's not easy, because there are different kinds of data. And we're getting better and better at it. And that's what I'm also inviting you, Will, to do with the horses, and I'll show you the horse data in a little while. But also importantly here, the Tarim Basin mummies, and I'll show you the map that Michael also showed earlier, that there's, of course, this linguistic argument that's been tied to it. And it didn't throw old ideas out, but it modified them in a way that can only happen when we bring different types of data together. So that puts me in this position that I rely on expert knowledge. I cannot be an expert in all these different language groups. I cannot be an expert on all these different branches of archaeology and ancient DNA, so I rely on expert testimony. So unlike perhaps many others who dare make these grand statements, I'm not throwing out expert testimony. I'm not saying somebody is wrong. I'm saying if everybody is right, how does the picture fit together? How does the puzzle fit together? And obviously that still leaves us with questions. And we see these little changes, tweaks to our understanding. We find new things, new genetic studies. And then those little dotted lines back is like, it gives us a new perspective by taking these 10 steps back and looking at these phenomena on a basically continental scale. This is just to say that these are like throughout my PhD, I talk to archaeologists, geneticists, archaeologists like to, and many are in this room today. And in future iterations, basically all your names should be there because I'm learning so much because we know our little different parts of this human prehistory. So what I specifically want to do today, and this is a way of illustrating how to work with Central Asia with linguistic data, is that we can roll back the linguistic clock. Because right now, there's a bewildering number of different languages in Central Asia. But some of them are modern languages, some we have documented, and others are what we call substrate languages that have affected each other through time. Because as we know, cultural influences wax and wane. We're now in America, which is quite a new country, that the language we speak is derived from Britain. But now the English language is influencing languages across the globe. This is all a cultural and historical accident. So we can take Russian away from Central Asia if we want to move back into history. Any loan word, the loan word for in Yakut for rice is from Russian, so that doesn't tell us much about something happening in the Iron Age. Same thing, Mongolic expansion, the spread of Mandarin with the Han Dynasty into the Tarim Basin. All of these things are historically tested. There's a lot, like I could tell you a lot about the linguistics. I can't, other experts can. But the only difference between these historical times and prehistory is that there are contemporary written sources that makes us comfortable with it. But the linguistic dynamics, of course, remain the same the further we move back into time. And that's where we, with the linguistic knowledge of these dynamics of language change, can tell you something about the dynamics of that period as well. So here's just a list of the languages. How are we going to get to that? Is with the emergent archaeolinguistic chronology. So the linguistic data has been available to us, well, basically ever since we started the science 200 years ago. But what happened 10 years ago was that we got the vector of ancient DNA, which really could tell us something about when people moved and where, to what extent that overlapped with previous linguistic ideas. And sometimes it fitted, other times it completely changed our perspectives on things. And most of the times we just needed little tweaks to it. And that's what we're still in the process of doing, sorry. So we see Uralic spreading from the Altai Saiyan region. Uralic gives us Finnish among many other languages. And it's now, by most experts in the Uralic languages, considered associated with the Samo-Tibino phenomenon, which also fits with loanwords that they do get from some Indo-European branches. So you can't just look at one language family and say, this has to fit this and that, because it's a constant dynamic between these different groups. Turkic does share some sort of prehistory with the other, what's called Altaic or Trans-Eurasian languages. Is very hotly debated whether they form a single language family or if they were just close together. My supervisor in Jena believes that they belong to one single family. That's not important for my intents and purposes, but it's important to see that they were the language group that moved from Eastern Eurasia into Central Asia. And we know they were there by 500 BC because that's when we see the earliest split in the family, where we get the Chuvash language into Eastern Europe or the Western Steppe Zone. But they were probably already there 3000 BC, and there's genetic evidence of that. But just to see, here's a gap between what we can with some confidence reconstruct from linguistic directly internally to when they probably were there. And this is all historical accidents, like I said. And then we have Indo-European, certainly spreading from the Western Steppe Zone. And importantly for Central Asia, and for some of the arguments I'll be making here today, is that we get the early Afanasieva, which has been mentioned here before, very likely associated with Tocharian, but we could put, that's not central actually. But then secondarily, Andronovo, with the spread, well, out of Sintashta or Abashevo, I think is more exact to associate it with that. And then what we know as Andronovo is the exact region where we find the Iranic speakers in the historical period. So if you don't believe Iranic speakers were there with Andronovo, you need to point to what kind of language dynamic could have brought it there between the spread of Andronovo and when we do see Iranic languages there. And this was the map that we already saw. I just added a little bit of arrows to it because who doesn't love arrows? But importantly here, we see that there was this Yamnaya migration. They ended up there in the Alsacian region, and there's this one-to-one culturally, genetically, probably also linguistically, that whoever went there, they spoke an Indo-European language. But then just 1,000 years later, we see Akunevo, where we see influences both from local DNA, this Afanasyevo, and this Eastern-derived, which I very tentatively, but it kind of fits, could associate with the Turkic languages because they do share a lot of linguistic features with Uralic that are not from a shared language family, but from being in close contact with each other. And then also quite recently, my good friend and colleague Rasmus in Leiden defended his PhD dissertation, where he kind of changed everyone's view on how Armenian got from the steppe zone to the Armenian highlands, because we were just following Herodotus. He said that the Armenians were associated with Phrygian, and then they must have crossed Anatolia, and sure, why not? But he saw that there was evidence from a lot of intense contacts with the Caucasian languages. So he said they probably went across the Caucasus. Right at the same time, there was a wonderful conference in Leiden 2 years ago. We had, David Reich was there, and he was also a co-author on this paper, where there was that migration from north, from the steppe zone across the Caucasus at the right time for Armenian to have spread there. And then in the eastern part of Eurasia, we get the Sino-Tibetan expansions. Here you also see really nice use of domesticated crops and animals because they can also reconstruct words for that. And there is that from the Yangshao culture through Matia Yao, which was really important for the spread of domesticated crops and animals from the steppe zone into East Asia. And this is very much ongoing work between experts in Sino-Tibetan and us working in the Central Asian region to figure out exactly what were the dynamics there. So basically, this is the puzzle. And there are a lot of pieces there. So it's not just one big black box of prehistory and you can move things around however you like. No, you need to respect that there are loan words that must have been passed. There are shared, what we call areal language areas where they share certain features. But it's also important to recognize that there are still areas where we don't know what was spoken there, because the dynamics and the language that we have, as we saw in that plot of all these different languages of Central Asia today, we know that BMAC was there. It was a huge, vibrant culture, but we cannot associate any of the extant languages with that. And the same thing goes for northern India and the spread of Dravidian. So that is more to the south of where I've worked intensely. But a lot of the linguistic data can we actually use to come up with some pretty good hypotheses that we can then test. We can also put it in a table and see everything in green. We're pretty sure about that. Everything in yellow must have been there one way or another. Of course, Tocharian is an Indo-European language, so it must come from Proto-Indo-European. But what were the steps to get there? This is our best guess right now, but this is all up for debate. We need to figure out what was happening in these regions at that particular point in time. My PhD was that I made a database of relevant forms, both for linguistics, but also archaeology, to say what kind of dates do we have secure for, say, the horse or for wheat and this and that. And of course, we present the archaeological and the linguistic data separately. But then based on that, and similarity in form and function then is my starting point to say, well, actually these words for, say, here is millet, they actually do look similar. And then, now for the horse, I come up with a concrete hypothesis for how these similarities could have arisen in the context of everything we now know, and we're set to learn a lot more. But by being concrete about the hypotheses, I also invite criticism, which makes everybody listening in, go look at their data and hopefully come tell me if I'm wrong about something, then I'll update my data. But all of that allows me to arrive at this interconnected human prehistory. And let's start with the horse. We already saw this today, so I don't need to spend time explaining that something quite profound happened 2000 BC. Wonderfully, it coincides with Indo-European migrations out of the Indo-European speech community, so the Yamnaya. And we have what I showed you earlier, that there's a Proto-Indo-European word for horse, which couldn't have been domesticated then, but they had some sort of relation to it, which makes sense if they were in the steppe zone. But by this time, at 2000 BC, we both see Armenian crossing the Caucasus, and we see the effects of the Abashevo, Sintashta, later becoming Andronovo, into Central Asia. And these regular sound developments into Iranic, Atswa, makes sense that that is what arrives with Turkic at. And south, across the Caucasus, we see Armenian, where they have eshu, but even that's what I try to put over here. It's maybe not legible to non-linguists, but it's actually really interesting because both chronologically and spatially, we have Armenian developing as it moves south. And the earlier we are in the sound developments of Armenian, the more north we are in terms of how it is received. I think this is a very, very strong argument that Armenian took, like the Armenian speech community took the horse across the Caucasus, and from there on, it got adopted by, you know, the known speech communities in Southwest Asia. This is the historical period, and it's already recognized as a Vandavod down there, but nobody really knew where it was coming from. It had been suggested it was Armenian, but now with all this new data coming out only in the last 2 years, these pieces are fitting together. They fit on top of each other. And it actually ties nicely into a point that was made earlier, I think by you, Michael Fragetti, that it's not just Armenians running around giving horses to everybody. No, it's Armenians just happening to crossing the Caucasus then. And then the neighboring speech community is like, oh, that's a horse. And that horse becomes really important across Southwest Asia. And that's not up for debate because we know it's spreading there. It's historical times. It's all, you know, it's all there. And here's the linguistic trace. That's Armenian. So that's the first impulse that comes directly out of the Proto-Indo-European word for the horse. Then something happens in Central Asia. And that brings us back to the mare and ma. Because what was missing was that big piece, and I found that in my database. It doesn't look exactly the same because there's a B. The thing that happens in Eastern Iranic is that this B becomes a V, and makes it more similar to the M. So that's obviously a long discussion that we have linguistically, but it is exactly where we expect it to be at the right point in time. So that is the explanation why English mare and Mandarin ma look alike. And then cattle, which I already discussed a little bit with Michael yesterday. So how did it get to East Asia? Well, here, again, I do my best to represent the state of the art in archaeology and genetics. And I got from what I believe to be trustworthy sources at the SAA in Portland last year, that it was genetically proven now that the Eastern Steppe Zone in China got their domesticated cattle from the Western Steppe Zone, which just so happened to fit that's why they look so similar to the Indo-European word for cow, which incidentally is not just Proto-Indo-European, because where did the steppe zone get their cattle from? They got it from Southwest Asia, where incidentally we also have Sumerian and Egyptian, very similar sound structure. So we can use this to answer a question like, was early Indo-European society pastoralist? Yeah, it probably was, and we can see the dynamics of these migrations, these domestication events on the boundaries of these speech communities as they're adopted, because you adopt new things. You don't, if they already knew the domesticated horse, why would they adopt it across Eurasia, these specifically Indo-European words for it? And the only reason why we see the Indo-European word for cow in East Asia is because they're the ones with Afanasyevo that potentially brought it there. But again, I'm always very curious to hear if there's a different kind of evidence, and we'd have to reinterpret it. But the linguistic data is the linguistic data, but we cannot prove it because there's not the regularity that is there. But we can see that there's similarity in form and function. We already saw rice here. I just want to make the comment that Tocharian and the northern Tarim Basin does not share this Central Asian spread that is shared among all the Iranic languages. So that suggests, or basically proves that they got their concept of rice directly from Chinese, rather than with all the other Central Asian languages. Then wheat and barley is a good example of how linguistic questions can potentially be answered by archaeologists that have no idea what a linguistic question is in the first place. We have, in all the yellow forms here down in Central Asia, are words for wheat, and they're very similar, and they must have been there quite early, so a Neolithic spread. We also see old words for barley. The important thing that I want to make here is that they're kept apart in Central Asia. Nobody mixes up wheat and barley in Central Asia. But as soon as you go to East Asia, we have a lot of different language groups, and they have the same word, but sometimes it means barley and sometimes it means wheat. So my question was, well, what is going on? Well, why can't they keep it apart in East Asia? And then in Jena, for a Central Asian archaeology conference last year, Geoanthropology was suggesting that, or saw that in all the earliest assemblages of Central Asia, they would find roughly equal amounts of barley and wheat together. And this is a process, or like a method called maslin, where you sew it together because you're moving into different ecological zones, which also has been noticed. That's a potential answer. Again, we can't ask them directly, or we don't have the time machine. But it was just very curious because I had that question, and then she was talking about that particular region at the particular time that I was interested in, and that was that mix-up. So potentially, but that's something to discuss. The donkey has a different trajectory from the horse. The horse we know is from the domesticated in the steppe zone. We heard that plenty of times. But the donkey is irregular in all the Indo-European languages. We cannot reconstruct that to Proto-Indo-European. They look similar in Central Asia, which probably suggests that word was in use in Central Asia as these Indo-European languages moved there. So they adopted words that were similar from a now extinct speech community, which part of that was probably the BMAC. And then the chicken is wonderful because we have new data on it, but we knew where it was domesticated for a long time. And the connection, like the linguistic connection that it was a borrowing, is accepted if you have enough linguistic data. So that early Indic and Iranic are related. People are like, yeah, so it looks similar here, so they're probably related somehow. Then into Permic, which is a branch of Uralic, we know that there are a lot of Iranic loanwords, so people also accept that, it's just part of one of these loanwords. But in Tocharian, in Burushaski, in Celtic, that has the same sound structure. People would just say it's onomatopoeic, that is sound imitative. It's just because they found this chicken or the rooster, and then it said kark, and then it's like, we'll call it kark. And sound imitative processes are a thing. It's really important. But this is just a methodological point that I'm making. Just because it's onomatopoeic doesn't mean that it cannot be borrowed. And this actually tells us something about these networks, how this chicken was spread across Eurasia in a relatively short period of time, where we know this region was interconnected. Ask geneticists, ask archaeologists, we know that people were interacting and moving across this space. Of course they said what it was called, and that's why they look similar, not because they just asked it. So one of the big lingering questions, and something I never knew I would get interested in, is millet. Because we know that millet spread out of East Asia. We know they entered the steppe zone in the Bronze Age, where we see a lot of these dynamics happening. And we can see a lot of similarities in these forms, but they're irregular, so it's good. It's what we expect. It's a Wanderwort somehow, but they're not similar enough that we can exactly pinpoint what the direction was. We cannot pinpoint translation, say Turkic, Mongolic, or Sino-Tibetan source word for it, which is kind of what we expect because they were the language families that were in that region. So that's really something we need to dig more into. And it is one of these open questions. And I like this quote from some of my linguistic colleagues working on the Baltic word for millet. And they say it's a Wanderwort from Central Asia. Well, that's wonderful because now we have all these pieces. So let's interrogate that because again, it's not a black box anymore. We have a pretty good idea. It's really difficult to envision some sort of speech community just running all the way from existing somewhere and then going all the way to the Baltic. But again, the sounds are similar but not similar enough for us to completely understand it. So that's one of the things that we really need to work on. And again, on the other side, for you archaeologists, it gives us an idea about this interconnectedness and the spread of millet in this period of time. And also Burushaski, which is called a language isolate. So English is an Indo-European language, so it belongs to a huge family of languages with all these regularities. Burushaski does not. It's just a language without congeners. But it's settled there smack in the middle of Central Asia, neighboring a lot of these, what we think are substrate languages that could have been vectors for this, like these irregular words that still look similar. And there are a lot of words that tell us this. One of them was wheat that I showed you. The one that actually got my attention, and it took me quite some time to realize this, was that at first, because I sourced all the different forms, was Burushaski had this word gain for grape, and it was different from the Iranic, from the Indic, from the Turkic, which are like the major language groups in Central Asia, we're kind of expected to have come from. And then it dawned on me that it's very similar to what is recognized as a Wanderwort in Southwest Asia, actually the word for wine that we have in English today. That meant wine or grape in Western Semitic languages, and talking with my archaeologist colleagues, we know that spread, that the earliest grape pits were already in the 3rd millennium BC. So this is prior to the spread of Indo-Iranic languages that kind of sealed Burushaski off. This tells me that Burushaski was present there in Central Asia prior to the spread of the Indo-Iranic languages, and that they received these cultural impulses from there, which is also in the other words here for wheat, cattle, and donkey. That also makes sense. But here it was particularly clear that that was the best explanation of that, because once they move in the Indo-Iranic languages, they insulate the Burushaski speech community, and they only receive unique impulses either from Southeast Asia, important distinction, from Southeast Asia, or from Turkic, from the Tarim Basin. So nothing from Southwest Asia could have reached them without also having an impact on Indo-Iranic. So also just to put Indo-European in its place, I studied Indo-European, and Indo-European is important because they spread far and wide, and we have a lot of regularity there. And yes, they were part of the spread of the cattle, and they domesticated the horse, but they were not central for the spread of wheat and donkey and rice, as we have seen, because there's irregularities. And other language groups were important for that. So here, we've now seen that there's a nice correlation between the spread of these material culture and the words for them. So that's the proof of concept. We can follow the linguistic trails. And the wonderful thing about language is that we also talk about things that doesn't have a physical side to it. And one of them is 7, and I'll show you on a slide, the next slide. And there's sister-in-law, which also is recognized as a Wanderwort, at least in East Asia. Pretty sure that also affected some Indo-European languages. And even the word magic in English could be connected to an old Chinese word for the same concept, again with an Iranic intermediary in the middle of it. So here is the story of 7. This is one of my grand hypotheses. It's connected to the numeral spread, which I also had to learn a lot about, like what is numeracy. It doesn't mean that people couldn't quantify things, but to have stable fixed numbers for things, you actually need to constantly be talking about them, and potentially also to people outside of your small community. I'd be happy to discuss all of this in great detail, but obviously this warrants its own presentation. And also just to say that this part of it is Neolithic, and then when it spreads into Central Asia, that's probably with Afanasyevo. That's a Bronze Age event then. I'm not completely sure about whether the Chinese word is connected, but potentially we see a spread already in the Neolithic going to Bronze Age of the numeral 7. So there are a lot of future avenues. All these other crops and animals that I did not have time to cover in my dissertation. Metallurgy, we know of several Wanderworts, and there's a nice archaeological trail for this. And now we can also use different isotope or these different analyses to pinpoint exactly where it was sourced from, technological innovation, secondary products, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you so much. Questions, comments, and especially collaborations. Please do shoot me an email. Thank you.
Sorry, I've posted a question from someone. totally ignorant about it. The fact that all your spreads, these wonderful arrows, they all are land-based. Weren't there any spreads via the Bay of Bengal, I mean,
Yes.
Ocean and South
Absolutely,
Asian
yes.
water?
Tom Hogevorst is a Dutch scholar, I think, and he wrote his PhD dissertation on like the trade in the Indian Ocean. So we see like Indonesia going into South Asia, like where a lot of words there shared that we also find in Swahili, of course, because trade networks along the coast. So
and same age, I mean, same time frame.
I'm not completely sure about that, but basically yes, and that depends on the linguistic puzzle of that region, which I'm not as familiar with. And also part of my, because working with millets, we know that some of the millets were domesticated in Africa, and they show up in South Asia, but there's no evidence of them going through Southwest Asia. So our best explanation, of course, is that they go more or less directly, like by the sea. But again, I need to collaborate with African linguist experts there to figure out what are the source words there, what were the, what was happening in that particular region. So it takes a lot of effort to draw in all the different relevant data for this, but there is a lot of evidence already there, especially this Tom Hogevorst's dissertation is really great.
Right. And another question to temporality.
Yeah.
Do you, I mean, in what respect, I mean, in what kind of time frame you develop languages in comparison to domesticating an animal? I mean, that was, we just heard about 1,000 years or something like that. And then people can move very quickly. So we deal, I mean, things that somehow hang together, but develop at very different times.
Right. So what we saw with this Afanasyevo, the kind of one-to-one Yamnaya to Afanasyevo genetically, is like, why they probably didn't invent a new language on the way. There's no evidence of any, like Michael also said, that they kind of just did their own thing. So they were just continuing with whatever cultural and linguistic tradition that they had with them from before. So they're really nice. It's really nice when you cross a sea because then there's no influence on that. So it's really cool when you have these kind of long migrations because then you can put a timestamp on it. But for the Caucasian languages, they've been on site with the different branches, neighboring each other, constantly negotiating, borrowing from each other. It's incredibly difficult to work out nice chronologies there. And that's what makes Indo-European nice. Not because they're better than anybody else, it's just because they make these long migrations to different ends of Eurasia. So if you have similarities between Old Irish and Sanskrit, that's not from borrowing. Then that's something that you can trace back to their common ancestor with these regularities. So it depends on a lot of things, and languages don't, there's not a fixed rate of language change. But what we can see is that also for Afanasyevo, they move in there, and then we see on the Tocharian language, we see huge substrate effects. It's kind of like English in India, where we can, it's obviously English that a lot of people are speaking there, but they have retroflex sounds, so and that's, and you don't see, obviously you don't see genetically a lot of influx from the British Isles, but culturally here we can see that that was a prestige language, or like a cultural language that was brought there, and then that language is changing. Like the language is changing based on the language that was spoken in India before, because they had those sounds. It doesn't change the meaning of the English word, so the communication still works. The negation, you don't need to negotiate that really. And of course there's, social prestige associated with speaking proper English and all of that. So that's where language gets really, really interesting. You can actually use that to try to understand some of the social dynamics in play actually for Central Asia. That it remains mute, at least historically, for another 2,000 years. I can tell you about north, where Afanasyevo got there, that the Indo-European language died out, but we see some remnants of cultural vocabulary being borrowed. But in the south, we still have the Tocharian language. We're very fortunate to have the Tocharian languages before they die out, but we see huge substrate effect there, which suggests to us that there were speakers of another language, and we now know that it was a Uralic type language that started speaking as Indo-European language, which means this Indo-European language had prestige, just like British English had, or has, in India today. So we can use that, and that's one of the ways that language can change really fast, when a population that spoke a different language before starts learning the same language.
I have the microphone, so tough luck. So I have a list of like 6 things, small, unimportant things I want to ask you later. Although the funniest one was that you spelled Alicia Ventresca millet, I think she should adopt that name change. It's appropriate.
Nice.
But my big picture question for you is there any, and this might be impossible to answer, any sense of how like certain things like horses or other things that might change, like connectivity, might actually influence the dynamics of ancient linguistic changes themselves, right? I mean, I know we've mostly been talking about lineages and long words and whatever, but maybe an analogy would be like, is there an impact on like contemporary, phones and social media on the mechanics of language changing? Is there any way to assess how this might have related to technological things like that?
Well, we have the possibility of basically an unbroken dialect continuum of Iranic spreading from Eastern Europe to the Ordos Plains all the way down into Persia because of connectivity associated with the written horse. So yes, that has a huge effect on the spatial dynamics of like language and connectivity maintenance of a speech community. And we only see that gradually breaking up. And it's something like, experts in Iranic are pulling their hairs over how much like can be shared from like Ossetic in Northern Caucasus to Khotanese Saka in the Tarim Basin, because a lot of these developments are just happening. Like we can't make, like I said with the Caucasian languages, is that we can't make discrete like branching events because they're constantly negotiating how their language community and how their, so certainly that had a huge effect on language.
So thank you, I really enjoyed your talk and your whole approach. Just a little note on, because you happen to have a word that I've been wrestling with as well, but in a totally different continent, because I'm working with some extinct languages in Mexico, and just this morning I was editing my vocabulary for Cotaname, and they have the word crack for a goose, and lots of languages over there have something very similar for bird words. So I was just wondering if you could comment a little bit more on the onomatopoeic.
Right. And really important to recognize that onomatopoeic formations are a thing. But that doesn't mean you can't borrow an onomatopoeic thing. And it probably was. It could have been in Southeast Asia where they domesticated it. They call it the kark or the kurk because it made that sound. And I even like introduced a concept. I think I call it like onomatopoeic, iconic, I forget now. But like the idea is that yes, you can borrow that, and you can continually say like, well, that's because it says that sound, and that's kind of folk etymology. You know that concept as well, right? That is that constant interplay, because folk etymology is all about making sense of the words that you call things, and when the thing itself starts saying stuff, then it's like it kind of makes sense, right? But that. The important thing for me is, of course, that we shouldn't ignore that there's actually a linguistic trail here that we can use to figure out how that chicken spread across Central Asia. Interestingly, further to the south, it's the kukur word. So kukura in the South Asian word, in South Asia, potentially all the way up into the cock, which is we know that's spreading. So the idea is to just say that they received these animals, as we've seen for all the other domesticated animals. There's a very clear linguistic trail. It's just a little bit more complex. So fewer people doubt that. It's the same argument actually with the cow. That it looks like moo, but it's never called moo. It's called moo or boo, and again, it could have been formed onomatopoeically, but it is like that linguistic trail follows where. At least some believe that the cattle fall, and it's a shorter word, so there's a greater chance of just chance resemblance. So all of that goes into this
transition. Because I wanted to ask in part the same question about the onomatopoeic quality of the cow, but you addressed that. I have a handful of nitpicks if we'll talk about it for dinner or drinks or something. But I want to bring up a couple that I think bear kind of asking the question about.
Good.
So cows have a very specific environmental requirement. They don't migrate long distances very well. And this is not my opinion, this is like ecological. That they're not animals that can, in fact, even in contemporary times, cow herders don't move cows over long distances, even locally long distances. So
not even cowboys. I mean, I'm
cattle.
I don't know anything.
Large-scale cattle in the American Midwest is a really different model for how one moves animals. If you look at, for example, all of Central Asian cattle keeping, it's incredibly local. Take some isotopes. So the archaeological evidence shows us that cows are not migrating generally seasonally. They're more or less being kept put in all the earliest cases. This is the foddering argument that we get with cattle, but not with sheep. So we see actually a dual mobility system in the early days. Now, there's potential, of course, to move a cow around a bit more, but moving a cow transcontinentally is unlikely to be successful given the environment of the Eurasian steppe. And this has been my biggest argument against, the ecological argument against the notion that the Athanasian migrants brought their cows with them. The other logic behind that is that there's not a single drop of cow anywhere between the Caucasus and the Altai in the 4th millennium, or even the early 3rd millennium. So there are no cows, except for end to end. However, if you go down the corridor, the mountain corridor, there's tons of cows. And they're all 3rd millennium, and they go all the way to the 4th millennium, and even earlier insights all throughout the Neolithic in the the territory that would become the BMAC. Okay. So there's a historical, so your historical map is based on an archaeological model which actually doesn't hold, that east to west movement of cows, it doesn't actually hold archaeologically. Because there's no trails of cows there. It does follow, however, that in the Iranian plateau, or in Southwest Asia, that cows go north in both directions. So north into the Caucasus, and they field into the Yamnaya, and north along the corridor, and so it's a question of then documenting what the earliest connections are. So you know my argument there.
And I appreciate it because
I want to bring it up because of this question of immigrants now. So now you imagine yourself some Athanasian immigrants, or some Yamnaya immigrants, migrants, who move across the entire steppe in a very short period of time, not being able to bring with them successfully, particularly very many cows. Because if they did, somewhere along the way you find some site that had a cow, but there's not a single one that I know in the 4th millennium, or a sheep for that matter. And they get to the Altai, where, according to people like, let's say Tishkin, there's already incipient pastoralism occurring. You've already got local populations with all of the trappings of what looks like Athanasian culture being kind of integrated into local communities in the Neolithic. Okay? And Will, you can speak to some of this in terms of the sheep and goat in the earlier times in Kyrgyzstan. And they get there, and there's what kind of animals do you have? And someone who speaks some other language, this IMAC substrate language or whatever, or an Iranic language, says, cow. And they say, oh, what that means. And they say, one that goes, ooh, cow. And then the automatic create quality. Like, we have the automatic, that's what we call it. So now the question goes, well, how did the two end-to-end relate? And then you go back to the substrate and say, well, the people who had cows for 4,000 years already actually spread it in this direction. And this is exactly what we did with the genetics. So when I saw the Damgard article...
But just to introduce here, I need to, because that's what I do. No, as a linguist, just to say, because we don't have that sound structure in any of the sounds. Like, we have it in Sumerian, but we're not... So Iranic, it's not relevant for that region. It's really important to keep that apart. There's an Iranian, Iranian genetic component, which is not linguistic. It's just people moving. Obviously, they spoke a language. But when we talk Iranic, it's associated with Andronovo, as I already
But that's a model that's completely made up, right? So you say that the Iranic breaks off of Indo-European.
No, it's not completely made up.
Why couldn't it come out of the south?
Right, and there are people who would like to do that, but they're not using all the pieces. That's the thing. You need to have all these dynamics in place.
But it works for wheat, it works for barley, it works for...
No, it does not work for wheat and barley. That's the whole point. It's irregular.
You said that...
If they came from south of the Caspian Sea, and they spread with agriculture, if they spread with wheat, then you'd expect that word for wheat to be regular between Indic and Iranic, which we know share a branch with Indo-European. It's irregular. And it's irregular in the same way that it's similar also to Burushaski, which is a language isolate, which is similar also to Tibetan. So all of these things are being ignored by people who push this different kind of, you can interpret linguistics in any kind of way. They use the black box argument. It's not a black box. You need to fit all these different language things
But
together.
if you have this automatic equality to an animal,
Right.
basically makes
Yes.
my 3-year-old child or 1-year-old child
Right.
learn what a cow is called.
Yeah.
Because it makes the sound cow.
Well,
I'm just saying, like
we call them moo cow in Danish, but it's
nasty. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that if you're going to use the archaeological record, then it's got to be complete.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, that's exactly.
I want to go back to the Alicia's.
Yeah, so the reason why I used the cows, of course, that's basically based on, because I had all the data, and people have been suggesting, of
course, I couldn't fit all of that in here. But people have both been suggesting, well, it's accidental, onomatopoeic, that they look alike both in Old Chinese and in Old Proto-European and in Southwest Asia. But then I saw the horse, because the horse, there's no doubt, that is of underworld. And from what I gathered from the essay last year, and this is what I'm here to do, open this conversation to update my archaeology. So I'm very happy to retract the interpretation of the linguistic data for the particular account. So the suggestions that you have are not very compelling from a linguistic point of view, especially not in this whole triangulation where you have to fit in all these different dynamics. But I'm very happy to then open up that discussion, try to come with a new interpretation here. So very much appreciate it. Go back to Laura.
Thank you. Thanks again, Rasmus, for a fantastic paper.
Thank you for inviting me to this conference. I'm really happy to be here, and today I'll talk about some of the genetic work that me and my group have been doing in Central Asia. Great, thank you. And I will start with a small introduction into genetics, but it won't take too long, so don't be afraid. So as we've talked about the region, it's very interesting. A lot of migration, cultural interactions have happened throughout the time, and we know it has multiple ecological zones, and what I'm interested in is just Central Eurasia through time, and what can we learn about it using ancient DNA. And from what Rasmus has talked about, we know that there's a great diversity in ethnic groups as well as languages, and the region has seen multiple waves of migration, starting also really long time ago with the earliest migrations of Homo species out of Africa, such as the Neanderthals, and then they at some point interbred with modern humans, but has also seen multiple other waves of human populations since then. And my work is trying to incorporate ancient data, but also modern data to try to understand the region. And what we know from the genetic standpoint is that Central Eurasia is located, and if you look at this principal component analysis, it's a way that we deconstruct genetic information, which usually is multidimensional. It's up to millions of dimensions, and what we want to do is to deconstruct it into two, where we can comprehend it. And when we look at Central Asia, it really stretches on a line between Western and Eastern Eurasia. So if we have Western Eurasia here on the left and Eastern Eurasia on the right, then we'll see the steppe belt individuals spreading across this line, and this is the line. The formation of this line is something that I'm interested in. And what we know from modern understanding of the history of the region or the genetics of the region is that Central Asians are admixed and represent an admixture line between Eastern and Western Eurasia. And this is an admixture plot where various colors represent specific genetic clusters, and in this case we can see that the individuals that can be associated with Central Asian groups occupy this middle space between East Asia and Central and Western Eurasia, but how this forms is still something that we are trying to figure out. And what I want to talk about is today is the usage of ancient DNA trying to understand the region. And this is what me, myself, and my group have been doing in the recent years. And for those of you who don't know, but I think a lot of people in this room are familiar, ancient DNA is just extracting DNA from a source that it comes from an archaeological source or museum source, and can be used to answer a variety of questions such as domestication, evolution, human migrations, pathogen origin and spread, and etc. And it provides a unique window into our past. We can reconstruct ancient migrations the way that we couldn't before. We can use other data, of course, from archaeology, linguistics, and historical sources to be able to get a sense of how human populations have moved in the past, and not only humans, but also animals, plants, etc. What is important for our understanding of modern population genetics is that modern humans are admixed, and we represent mixtures of previously isolated populations. If we look at a population from the modern English individuals, they represent a mixture of various ancient sources, such as the individuals that are associated with the first farmers that came from the Near East, the Yamnaya group that has been talked about a lot. These are pastoralists from the steppe region, but also some of the local hunter-gatherer groups that lived in the region. So all the individuals who are in this room today represent various mixtures of ancient populations that have existed at different points in time and have mixed in different ways. What's also interesting for our understanding of modern humans is how we have adapted to various conditions. So modern populations usually represent a genetic state after natural selection took place. I mean, we are still evolving, of course, as a species. However, a lot of the adaptations that are very strong have happened in the past. And what we can learn is, by looking at ancient genomes, is how this process happens. If we are able to sample individuals before a certain environmental change, we can compare their genetic information and see where there are differences. Can we associate that with a specific phenotype, with a specific adaptation? And what also is now coming up in more and more is that we're able to reconstruct social structure and relatedness, how individuals were related to each other in ancient populations, if we're able to also sample entire cemeteries in some cases where we can build phylogenies that can stretch sometimes 6, 7 generations. Of course, there are many steps that go into being able to reconstruct and get this type of data. We extract the DNA, we build specific libraries, and the extracted DNA would have a combination of various DNA sources, such as the human, the pathogen if an individual died from a pathogen or had a pathogen at the time of death. There's also environmental DNA, of course, whatever contamination is there from people who excavated an individual or the sample, people who handled it in different ways. Then we create what are called nuclear libraries, we sequence them, and then we do various analyses that help us understand the populations that we work with and help us relate them to each other. And of course, what we always have to fight with is the fact that through time, the DNA gets fragmented, it gets contaminated, there's sort of chemical modifications, so the information that we get is not entirely the same as asking an individual for their blood sample or their saliva sample, but we still try to get as much information as we can from the ancient sources. And I guess throughout the talk, what I want to also keep in mind is that there are various issues with DNA. There's, of course, there's preservation, it's a big issue for us, contamination, one that isn't talked about but is a big aspect of our work is that the certain time periods or populations are not as well represented in the archaeological record, and it can be due to various reasons, such as the way that individuals are buried, the way that the soil is or the climate is. Maybe we cannot get DNA from a specific location. Maybe these individuals didn't bury their dead underground, which protected them for thousands of years. So we get, whatever view we get is potentially skewed of the population history of the reality that existed in the past. And what is exciting to me is that since, I guess, the invention of what's called next generation sequencing, where we can sequence thousands and millions of data points from our genetic sequence, there has been an explosion of ancient DNA studies. Primarily, most of the work has been done in Europe, where for various reasons, there's good preservation in most of Europe, so samples tend to work well, but also a lot of the labs that do ancient DNA work are located in Europe. However, I'm more interested in a different region, which is Central Eurasia, or you want to call it Central Asia, but I'm interested in what we can learn about it using ancient DNA. And so far, I think the region has been understudied. We don't understand it as well as we understand Western Eurasia, or specifically Europe, but still there's a lot to learn. And when we're looking at the genomic structure of the Eurasian populations, we can generally, this is the same type of PCA plot where we are trying to deconstruct the population dynamics of Eurasians. If we are just plotting PC1 and PC2, and these are in gray, and all of my plots in gray would be modern individuals because they serve as a scaffold for the ancient individuals that we can plot on top. What we see generally is that the Eurasian populations spread according to broadly the climatic zones. So we have the forest tundra climb, which you can see kind of here in blue. There's the steppe forest climb that's more or less in yellow, and then there's the southern steppe climb that you can see more in red. So when we're looking at the modern populations, this is how we can understand how they spread genetically, and we can use this to then project our ancient individuals to look at how they relate to each other. So now, and I want to be honest, and I'm a geneticist, I'm a trained geneticist, I'm not an archaeologist. I think I will, in some cases, potentially say things that are more very simplistic, so please correct me if I say something completely wrong, but also I just want to say upfront that this is not my area of expertise in the case of archaeology, but I am an expert in genetics. So if we start thinking about the region, starting from, let's say, Neolithic, here we see one of the populations that has been discussed a lot, and this is, again, this Eurasian PCA, and one of these populations that has been discussed by Will and others is Botai. So these are individuals that are spreading along this northernmost forest tundra cline, and they are actually outside of the cline because the ancient individuals often project outside of the modern variation because they're just genetically different. And modern people don't necessarily represent all the variation that existed in the past. These Botai individuals can be then characterized by what's known as this ancient North Eurasian ancestry. This is the ancestry of individuals who lived in northern Eurasia, and they can be represented in Botai. They also are seen in other populations of the region, such as what are known as West Siberian hunter-gatherers. So these are the hunter-gatherers that lived in the region. But I just wanted to highlight this group as one of these very common groups that are talked about in the Neolithic. Also in the Neolithic, what happens is we see some early contacts between farming and transitional foragers or herder populations in the north of the Black Sea. That's part of the work where I was involved, that was published recently, where in the region of the Black Sea we start seeing, before even what is known as the Yamnaya expansion, we see these early contacts between the groups that are associated primarily with farming and the groups that are associated with foraging and potentially some pastoralism. So based on the genetic data, we see that there's, of course, genetic continuity in this area of the north of the Black Sea between Neolithic and the Copper Age. However, what happens also, we see the arrival of genetic ancestry that's associated with pastoralist groups. So here is a different representation of the PCA. This is actually not a Eurasian PCA anymore. This is a West Eurasian PCA. So here, these are the populations of Europe. North here, south here, and this is the Caucasus here in the north, and this is northern Africa. So here, individuals in the Copper Age are primarily clustered here. This would be the genetic variation of the Neolithic Anatolia and the various farmers of Europe. However, we start seeing this presence of a new ancestry, which has been associated with the pastoralist groups from the steppe, and this is a very early contact that we are starting to see from the genetic standpoint over about 1,000 years earlier than anticipated from other genetic studies, but also what we know generally about the region. Moving now to the Bronze Age, I mean, it has been talked a lot. It is a period of several major cultural changes. There was a period of increased human mobility. There was a further development of pastoralism and metallurgical production, so a lot of important cultural innovations are happening at this time point. And I'm sorry to show this plot with different cultures and arrows. I know this is not something that is easy to represent and is often seen as a reductionist way of understanding how different cultures and populations have interacted, because of course we try to represent it in the easiest way possible, but there are limitations to it, so I would like to acknowledge that. And we go into the Bronze Age, we see this Yamnaya populations. Has been talked a lot about this Yamnaya to Afanasevo connection, where we see the same genetic profile very east, and also there's the migrations going more to the west, and that would be after some of the early contexts. So kind of trying to break them down into early, and middle, and late Bronze Age. What we see kind of in the early Bronze Age is that there are various Yamnaya associated groups that can be found in the region. There are various subsistence strategies. We see some earliest burials with wagons, but from the genetic point of view, what is interesting is that we're seeing that the Yamnaya genetic profile can be explained as the admixture of the hunter-gatherer groups that lived in the region prior to them. So this would be about 50-50 admixture of the Caucasus hunter-gatherers, so the hunter-gatherers who lived in the Caucasus region, and what are known as the Eastern European hunter-gatherers. So these are the hunter-gatherers who lived in Eastern Europe. We also have Western European hunter-gatherers, they would be more to the west. So the Yamnaya can be explained very kind of broadly as this admixture of the two hunter-gatherer sources. What happens in the Middle Bronze Age is we see this back migration of people that are associated with the corded ware culture, and at this time is also an interesting time because we start seeing fortified settlements, which could mean something with how groups were interacting with each other. So in the Middle Bronze Age, various cultures have been associated with the time period, such as Sintashta, Strubnaya, Petrovka cultures. There's a mixture of various animal bones that have been found at the sites. The mobility at this time point, is more limited compared to the early Bronze Age, where we see this long-range migrations. And from the genetic point of view, what is interesting is that now the Yamnaya genetic profile comes back with the admixture from the early European farmers. So the individuals with the Yamnaya ancestry are going west, they're admixing with the local farmers, then they're coming back to the region with this farmer ancestry. And this is what we're seeing in the west of the steppe, more to the central steppe, and MLBA stands for Middle Late Bronze Age. We see that these individuals are now admixing with also the local substrate of the hunter-gatherers. So these are the West Siberian hunter-gatherers that live in the region, and what we see is that the Yamnaya with this early European farmer ancestry, they're also now admixing with the local hunter-gatherers so this Western Siberia. In the Late Bronze Age, the genetic profile doesn't shift so much, so we see this, what by some archaeologists call it the Andronovo horizon, and here, genetically, they're very similar, the Andronovo to Sintashta, so we don't see as much genetic difference as we do, for instance, we do see a difference between Yamnaya and Sintashta. Yamnaya and Afanasyevo genetically look pretty much identical. The Andronovo and Sintashta, they're pretty much look very similar. And in this context, I would like to talk about something that I've worked on recently, which is the Semo-Trubino transcultural phenomenon that also existed during this time. But when we started working on it and speaking with the archaeologists who have collaborated with us, it was still unclear who these people were, if they were a specific culture, if they were a group of traders or individuals involved in metallurgy, so we were interested in this project because of that. So they were known to create very elaborate metallurgical objects. They are considered somewhat enigmatic because we don't have a lot of sites with human remains from Semo-Trubino, but the various artifacts that are associated with them are seen very broadly in Eurasia. They are associated with horse imagery. They were probably not riding horses. I mean, they lived in an area where it was probably very difficult to ride a horse because they were more northern, so they were aware of it. It's unclear how exactly they were using the horse. The geographic distribution, they appear primarily along the forest steppe zone. We see associated artifacts that are found from Finland to Mongolia, and primarily we see sites along rivers. Maybe they use rivers for transport, maybe for other reasons, but the sites with Semo-Trubino are primarily seen along rivers. According to the cultural connections, there were links to various Bronze Age cultures of the same time period, such as Afanasyevo, Sintashta, Abashko, but also others. So the Semo-Trubino artifacts appear in context from other cultures, such as Sintashta, for instance, and we see that they're definitely interacting with each other, but who the Semo-Trubino were, we were unclear, so we were interested in this topic. Here you can see the distribution of various Semo-Trubino artifacts and how widely they're distributed, and they overlap with some of the Bronze Age cultures that have been talked about also prior to myself, so we can really see their distribution along this forest steppe climb. So the questions were, who are these people, and can they be described as a population from a genetic standpoint? Were they a loose group of individuals? And it comes from just trying to understand who these people were. And this is one of the examples of the treasures that are associated with Semo-Trubino. You can see it is a very high level of metallurgical production, so these individuals were quite skilled. The site that we were able to work with is called Rostovka. It's located near Omsk. It's just north of Kazakhstan, and it has a lot of evidence of Semo-Trubino artifacts, and we were able to get DNA from 9 individuals from the site. So it was excavated in the 60s, actually. There's evidence of inhumations as well as cremations. There were a total of 38 burials and very rich grave goods. This is, I think, one of the most famous ones, where there's a skier who is tied to a horse. That's from Rostovka, and there was also a grave with a bone armor. So this is an individual who, this is a reconstruction of what it could have possibly looked like. So we were able to generate data from 9 individuals from the site. We were not quite successful with everybody, and what was interesting that out of 9 individuals, 8 were males and 1 was a female. And I will start with the autosomal data, and then we'll show some Y chromosomal data. So if we want to project these individuals on this PCA of Eurasian populations, where they fall would be this northernmost cline, and that's also the cline that's occupied by the modern Uralic population. So these are, in colors, are various speakers of Uralic languages. And what we can see is here the Rostovka individuals are the squares, that they vary quite a bit along this cline of the northernmost forest tundra. So the individuals from the same site are varying quite intensely from a genetic point of view, which to us was interesting because it could indicate that these were probably not a homogeneous population in a way that we could, for instance, describe. If you look here, for instance, here, the Afanasyevo and Sitta are these green symbols here, and genetically they look very similar. Of course, there are some outliers, but most of the individuals look very, very genetically homogeneous. In comparison, these same Trubino or Rostovka individuals vary quite a bit, which is interesting, and they're coming from almost from the genetic profiles that are associated with various ends of the Eurasian, northern Eurasia. If we do what's called an admixture analysis to look for clusters of genetic variation, we can see the Rostovka individuals are here. So this is, I think, is K7. So we are breaking down their genetic variation into 7 components. And they carry certain ancestry that's associated with Neolithic Siberian. So this red component, that's the individuals of Siberia at the time period. We also see some contribution of the steppe individuals of this steppe Middle Late Bronze Age, so that would be associated with Sintashta cultures, for instance. And we also see another component here, which is this West Siberian hunter-gatherer component. So we are able to break apart the genetic profile of these Rostovka individuals and into these 3 major contributors. When we look at each individual one by one using what's called an outgroup F3 statistic, which is a measure of degree to which populations are closely related compared to an outgroup. So if C is an outgroup, we measure how much A and B are related compared to C, and often, because we work in Eurasia, we use an outgroup that's an African population that allows us to compare everyone else to. And here, higher F3 indicate a closer relationship. So for individuals of various Rostovka individuals that we see, so here is the easternmost genetic profile, and again, I want to point out that all these individuals were found at the same site. Just genetically, they're very they're very heterogeneous, and we see that from the modern populations, they're closely related to various speakers of Uralic languages. If we go to our other individual that's on the other side of this cline, Rostovka 3, he's actually very similar to the modern speakers of various European languages because he's falling with the European genetic variation as well. And as we go along the cline, we see various populations that they're related to, and it's interesting that a lot of those are also speakers of Uralic languages. Going to the Y DNA, so Y chromosomal data, we were able to reconstruct Y haplogroups for the 8 males in the group, and what was interesting is the individual with the highest level of the Eastern Siberian ancestry also carried this N1A Y haplogroup that has been associated with the spread of the Uralic languages. It's also it's also common in present populations of Siberia. The haplogroup that has been used to make this connection from Kordadware, Fatinovo to Sintashta, so this back migration of the individuals with this steppe ancestry that's happening in the Middle Bronze Age. We also did some formal admixture analyses. This is also then proving to us that if you look at this panel A, that we can model almost every individual here as a mixture of various of the 3 ancestry sources, which are this Eastern ancestry, this Russian MLVA, which is the Sintashta-type ancestry, and Western Siberian ancestry. Interestingly, we also have one individual, which is IRG3, which can be modeled as 100% Sintashta individual in this Rostovka context. So, yeah, that was what I wanted to talk about primarily with regards to the Bronze Age. So in summary, from the work of other individuals, so Vajish's work, Simhan, and also the work from various ancient studies, what we see is that Bronze Age individuals of Central Eurasia are starting to be more genetically homogeneous. We see slight shifts going from early to middle to late Bronze Age, but genetically we don't see major turnovers. In contrast, what we see with Sema Turbino, they are very heterogeneous, they have different levels of various ancestries, and they could, based on that, we wanted to decide whether or not we were trying to figure out, is it a spread of, what kind of population process are we seeing here? So we're probably seeing maybe some kind of a group of individuals coming from different areas and intermixing and maybe living together, and it probably could work in the context of Sema Turbino as this network of tradesmen and individuals who are producing this type of metallurgy. And yeah, I just would like to thank you and also our collaborators, archaeologists, and
Thank you for a highly informative paper. I just want to go back to what you were talking about at the beginning of your talk about the problem of recent human adaptation. So there was this preprint that dropped last month from David Wright and 12 other authors. Pervasive findings of directional selection realized the properties of DNA to elucidate human adaptation. So I just wondered if you had some comments on that, and whether, you know, as they sort of seem to be finding a lot of recent-ish adaptation, and whether that can help us, or whether as we get more and more data, we'll be able to a greater extent see populations adapt to, these populations adapt to different environmental challenges.
Yeah, that's a great point. I also saw the preprint, and then I think it's a great study that they are finding a lot of signals of adaptation, and this is something that I think we will be finding potentially more as we increase the number of samples that we have. So, of course, it is all based on modern data, so we find correlations based between phenotype and genotype in modern populations. We now have various huge reference data sets, such as UK Biobank or 1,000 genomes, so we have big data banks where we first find these associations, and then we go back into our ancient data sets and we see, can we track now these, for instance, adaptation to being able to identify lactose, we talked about it earlier, can we track it through time? And oftentimes we can. However, there's of course a lot of limitations to this work where we have to manipulate the data, we do imputation, we sometimes have to fill in the holes using modern variations. So I think we will be finding more and more evidence. I'm interested also in what we can find from other areas. So a lot of the work has been done in Western Eurasia. I'm interested in Eastern Eurasia and Central Eurasia. What can we learn about the region from looking at the adaptation or the various selective pressures that these people have faced? I don't know if that answers your question.
No, yeah, exactly. That's a very exciting stuff.
All right, thank you very much, and for representing the third leg of triangulation here with genetics. And you saw Sema Turbino associated with ethnic groups, which happen to be Uralic speakers, which is exactly why I brought that up there as one of the recent finds that put that big piece of the puzzle in there, where also just to hammer home how important it is to keep all the different data points there, that they have numerous loanwords from Iranic languages. We need Iranic languages who have been spoken there at that point in time when they spread. And it's only the Western Uralic languages, not Samoyedic, which stays in place in Central Asia, where then Uralic must have been spoken. So all of this goes together. And I just want to congratulate you and thank you again for representing that data. Thank you.
And thank you too for doing your work from the linguistic point, from the linguistic side, of course.
I have a question about the Sema Turbino study. Have you seen, I know probably have seen the preprint of the other study. And this is a study led by, remind me of his name.
TC?
TC, yeah. And actually, full disclosure, I'm on that study, so I have some knowledge of it, but I wanted to just hear your thoughts about how our data set, or their data set, really, I just was more of a consultant on the paper, correlates with what you're finding. Because that paper, as I remember, it's been a little bit since I read the last draft, we've got numerous semi-turbino sites, which shows the similar kinds of diversity, but to the point about language, there's no consistency with, in statistical terms, with Uralic language. So even though they were really dying in a way to say, like, this is going to give this link to Uralic, it was like, a small percentage of the individuals that were associated with the material. So I just wanted to, so that's just a very brief and coarse summary of what I think, I remember our paper saying. How does that articulate with what your findings were from one site, and how would you reconcile those two potentially, not conflicting, but they present different analyses from the triangulation perspective, both in terms of language, but also in terms of the material culture. I have my own views, but I want to hear yours.
Actually, I haven't read the other paper in much detail. I should have, but from what I remember, they also see a lot of variation in their semi-turbino individuals.
Exactly.
Yeah, similar to what we find.
The same differentiation is there.
Yeah.
The issue is where the sources are from.
Yeah.
So in your case, you've got kind of this distribution across the entire cline,
Yeah.
and there seems to be, at least in the data that we had, and the final conclusions that we made about the language, is that there's no clear, you could draw arrows in all different directions from all different linguistic groups. If you pick this individual as representative, then it could be Uralic. If you pick this individual as representative, it could be something completely different. And so, in fact, there isn't a clear, link, right?
Yeah.
Even though we would, and I think we both agree that semi-turbino is not a population.
Yeah, I think
that's consistent.
Yeah.
But the linguistic tie and the geographic tie is something that this study, which I think is now in the last round of review, so stay tuned. But it will be out at some point, I assume. It's going to be interesting to see how the two articulate, because they're different, slightly different sample sizes, and sheds light on this question.
But I think it's very interesting because when we were analyzing this data set, which is small, unfortunately we didn't have more individuals from the same context. To us it was interesting to begin with. How can we correlate a group of people which we wouldn't call a population to become carriers of a specific language? In this case,
that's our conclusion.
Yeah. We can,
and
our idea and thinking was that maybe to some degree this Uralic language or Proto-Uralic languages were in a way a lingua franca, where they existed in the region, they were picked up by different populations of whatever sources are for the people from where they came from, but then they had to learn a specific language to communicate and work together, and that was kind of our thinking that.
Thank you. One very brief comment. You characterize the second line EBC samples as somewhat similar, Syntasha, for example. And I just wanted to emphasize this, because you kept citing the Simhan paper, which obviously, again, I helped lead that study, so I'm pretty familiar with that data set. In fact, if you were to take the Syntasha site, right, and just map it alone, it has an incredible amount of diversity. It's got BMAC, I showed this kind of this variability that's in that data set. So we tend to take what we consider to be the most statistically clustered group and say that's consistent. But there's 25% of the samples that we had through the large data set. I can't remember now the number. It's over 20 samples, or 30 maybe. It's 50-something samples from across different sites, considered culturally Syntasha. A large percentage of those are absolutely not local genetics, right? So we have to just be careful about characterizing the steppe as this smoothed over, glazed cake that has this one kind of thing. In fact, you pointed out the differentiation between Western and Central. That's great. But even within any one of those groups, there's an enormous amount of variability, which then adds some insights to the semi-turbino context. Because again, if we wished to call semi-turbino a culture group, then it would all be outliers. But the innovation of Latish's study was that it had enough samples to show that all of these communities are in fact heterogeneous. And I think that's just a point I wanted to bring up because it's easy to sort of summarize over the big blob of Andronovo. But in fact, if you look at the actual statistical PCA, they're all over the map. And there's finds all over the place.
I mean, I agree that they are heterogeneous, but I think but not to the same degree that Ainash is heterogeneous.
No,
I think that's where
it's a relative concept.
Yeah, exactly. So they are not exactly homogeneous, and I don't think we would expect any population to be exactly homogeneous. We always have outliers. Admixture is a very complex process, but then, I think...
I just want to put that out there as a caution caveat to how we represent. Because we've fallen into this trap before of like over-summarizing the solidarity of some of these communities, and we don't have time here. But one of these days we'll go into the archaeology, and the archaeology of those communities is highly diversified. So from an identity perspective, it's really, really different and up and down. So I just want to because it affects how it gets consumed by linguists, by archaeologists, by whoever.
Yeah, but I completely agree, and that's something that also my work is doing currently. We are also working on trying to get a more finer scale understanding. We have that understanding for Europe, we don't have that understanding for, maybe not even for Europe, but we kind of get there more, but for Central Eurasia, we don't. It's more very generous. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll stop here now because we're running out of time. Thank you, Ainash, again for your...
Thanks everyone for staying into the afternoon session. I'm just going to get started because all time is valuable. Just let me check my time. Thanks for coming. I am Kate Franklin, and to the extent that my work engages with macrohistorical dynamics, it has been in contemplating how people in the Middle Ages reconciled universals and particulars in their daily lives and in their political projects. And in medieval Armenia, where I work, these reconciliations were mediated by architecture and material culture, by ritual, by liturgy, and by daily maintenance labor. The imagining of a self in relationship to other selves and to beings and other worlds was framed in art and architecture, whether the stones of churches and monuments, the illuminations of manuscripts, or the fabrics of ceramics, textiles, wood, and metal, in the light of oil lamps, the scent of perfume, the taste of oil or wine, and the sound of poetry and music. And it's the Middle Ages. We have texts. We know about all these things. This complex materiality is, to sort of belabor that textile metaphor, the warp of cultural life across which we as scholars might at any given point shuttle a thread that we call Silk Road trade or globality. And I've been inspired lately by the work of folks who reveal the ways that art and literature complicate the scale, directionality, and temporality of mobilities across medieval Eurasia. So from Roxanne Prasniak's explosion of the historical idea of the sudden appearance of Mongol Central Asian culture from the East, or to my colleague Michael Pfeiffer's deft encompassing of worlds of medieval cultural encounter in the slant of a rhyme or the space between the lines of a poem. So drafting on that inspiration, I'm going to share today with y'all some work I have been doing to track the movement of ideas about human relationships with the natural world across Eurasia, focused roughly on the High Middle Ages, so like 10th to 15th centuries. My point of departure is an argument encountered frequently in writing about the Silk Road, including those of some of us in the room, that alongside and bundled up with the spices and silk and horses and tea and gems and slaves and porcelain and silver that were traded on the Silk Roads, ideas were also transmitted. And I'm curious about one mode of idea in particular, those which inspire and inform situated relationships with non-human animals, with plants, rocks and water, weather, seasons, with landscapes, ecologies, and concepts of wildness. And so I'll share real fast my orientations to this, just so you guys see where I'm coming from to this question. So the first orientation is some ongoing work on the cultural poetics of nature and landscape in the Middle Ages. And I got hooked on this way of thinking while preparing and writing this recent book with my good friend Michael Bentley. We tried to make a clear case for why a history or an archaeology of medieval environment needs urgently to be a cultural history, to confront the cultural frameworks of aesthetics and moral cosmology into which the non-human world is enmeshed in the Middle Ages as well as in the modern world. So this is work informed by eco-criticism in literature and in art history, which problematizes that separation of nature and culture. And my second orientation is my current research for a second monograph on the history of a place in particular, of the region of Vyotzor in Armenia. And this is a synthesis of, in part, building on interdisciplinary archaeological fieldwork, which I've been carrying out in Vyotzor with my colleague Astrid Babajanyan for the last 10 years. Enjoy this map with arrows. It's the only one you will see in this talk. So you can see this is the region of Vyotzor. This is our survey area in the map on the right. This is from a now in revision article for EJA. You can see all of the red dots on that map are medieval sites, monuments, and features that we've recorded in this landscape. So it's like on the basis of like this like 10 years of intensive research of this small, relatively small, but like very, as you can see, like ecologically quite diverse landscape that we're starting to build up a cultural history of Armenia and the Armenians in this time. So part of the orientation of like the book that I'm trying to write in part based on this data is around our primary source for the history of the region of Vyotzor, or the historical region of Syunik. And that is the late 13th, very early 14th century history of the state of Sisakan, the Papinchu Nahangin Sisakani, of the metropolitan bishop Stepanos Orbelian. And in working to recreate the world of Orbelian and his kin, who ruled Vyotzor, so here is his uncle Darsaich and his wife Mina Khatun. His kin who ruled Vyotzor as Inju vassals of the Mongols, privileged vassals of the Mongols. I'm wading into the dense textual and cultural world within which his text existed, this like fantastic universal history from 1305. At the very heart of this is a question about how medieval people used references to imagined and cultural landscapes, to wildernesses and natures in order to understand their own world and make it meaningful, politically compelling, to themselves and others. And while I'm going to move across a lot of space in macro history, I will keep returning to medieval Armenia as a context, as a nexus point of all these mobile natures. So I want to explore ideas of nature as both rooted in local and particular landscapes, and also mobile, bundled up and carried in art and technology and aesthetics and moral frameworks across space and time. And the abstraction of this fits well, I think, into this workshop. But to help, I'll start with a first broad, curious example which sums up what I understand about the specificity and sharedness of what the literary critic Raymond Williams calls structures of feeling related to human nature interactions. These bundlings ideas about the self, about beauty, power, nature, technology, and history within landscapes. So in the context of ancient Roman art, such a structure is summed up by the idea of the pastoral otium, an idea of rural leisure separate from and opposed to the moral and literal filth of the city. This idea generated a moral culture, according to which Roman elites would go out to the agricultural countryside to recover their better selves. And we have an intense sense of this rural relief in the second epode of Horace from the 1st century AD. And I'm going to read like bits of all these quotes, but I'll put them up for you. As he says, "Blessed is he who, far from the cares of business, like one of mankind's ancient race," yes, invention, like perhaps a pre-Rousseauian invention of the noble savage, "plows his paternal acres with his own bullocks and is free of usury's taint, shunning the forum, avoiding proud thresholds of citizens holding more power. Instead, he's either out tying his full-grown vines to the heights of his poplar trees, or watching his wandering herds of lowing cattle in some secluded deep valley, or pruning the useless branches, etc., etc." So as many scholars have pointed out, this genre of aristocratic ennui in the Roman world has a partner form across the million miles of Eurasia in the court poetry of the Han Dynasty. So called from their villages to the imperial center, Chinese bureaucrats from the Han period onward composed and exchanged poems which expressed their tender longing for an escape from the corruption and hurly-burly of the court, back to the simplicity of farm work, or like watching other people do farm work, probably. My favorite example of these so-called field and garden verses comes from the 4th century, so a little later, work of Dao Qian, who famously fled the life of a bureaucrat to the peace of his rural farm. And as he praises it, "Shady, shady the wood in front of the hall, at midsummer full of calm shadows. The south wind follows summer's train, with its eddying puffs it blows open my coat. I am free from ties and can live a life of retirement. When I rise from sleep, I play with books and harp. The lettuce in the garden still grows moist. Of last year's grain, there is always plenty left. Self-support should maintain strict limits. More than enough is not what I want. I grind millet and make good wine, and when the wine is heated, I pour it out for myself. And as you can see, he this is from the middle of this very long poem. I forget my lost cap of office. These things have made me happy again. I'm reading that out of order. So by juxtaposing these texts and images, I want to prime some ideas that I'll develop. So first, I think it's clear that neither the Roman nor the Chinese courts were the single origin point of this structure of feeling, just as neither of those societies was the single origin point for the city or the farm. Second, we can reflect that the idea of the country as a refuge from the city is much older than modernity, with which it is sometimes associated, and not particular to the West. Third, this landscape aesthetics is not trans-historically and spontaneously occurring, but was crafted in literature, art, styles of clothing and architecture and gardening, and shared within aristocratic circles alongside silk and spice, new cuisines, curated views of landscape and imported plants and animals, as well as new techniques for ordering the labor of other human beings. So this lays out the focus of my talk, which is on art and literature as the work of making culture in the context of political economy, wherein this culture was patronized, where it was enjoyed, contemplated, and embodied with power, speeding its journeys across the medieval world. I mean, just like languages that are associated with elite cultures, or maybe in similar ways, not just like. So as we look at resonant and related ideas of landscape from different Silk Road places, we must always come back to the context of the crafting of those ideas in material forms and the question of for whom they were crafted. So it's in this context that I can move into the sort of meat of my talk, contemplating in particular the circulation of ideas of what I'm calling green sovereignty in the High Middle Ages, but basically in the 10th to 15th centuries. My underscoring analytical argument is that the concept of moral landscape underscores the intersection of political ecology and political aesthetics. So put another way, I'm oriented around the question, how are ideas of the beautiful, of the good, the powerful, and the just situated and embodied by ecology and landscape? Hold that thought. In writing on the intersection of landscape and sovereignty in West Eurasia, I have a leg up from the archaeologist Scott Redford, and acutely from his formulation of the idea of just landscape back in 2000, which underpins political aesthetic in Seljuk Anatolia and the overlapping worlds of the Central Asian and Persian spheres of the High Middle Ages. As is discussed by Redford and others, including Julia Scott-Mezami in the Persian context, one of our great sources for the poetics of politics in the Middle Ages are mirrors for princes, this genre of literature that is found from Central Asia to Iceland to Western Europe. As Redford notes, mirrors for princes represent a moral landscape, a, quote, specific version of the landscape that reflects the justice or injustice of the ruler. The negative vision is one of ruined villages and abandoned terrain. The ideal is one of well-populated villages with irrigated fields and gardens, caravanserais and game parks, where thriving game awaits the visit of the monarch and his court, end quote. But also, it's interesting to pay attention, at least I think so, to pay attention to the ways that these landscapes situate the work of sovereignty in those historical contexts. So in the 11th century Mirror for Princes, or the Siyasatnama of Nizam al-Mulk, produced at the request of Seljuk Sultan Malik Shah, the mythical figure of Bahram Gur from the Shahnameh is used as a parable for the prince who is receptive to the needs of his people. So a poor woman petitions Bahram for help, and specifically she approaches him while he's out hunting on his horse, at a point where his identity as a just ruler is most in sync with that just landscape. So you can see this scene depicted in this illumination from this so-called second small Shahnameh, a version of the epic produced in Ilkhanid Tabriz in the early 14th century. So you can see Bahram Gur has followed the woman to her house to help her solve her problem, but you can see his bow and his arrows and his horse, they're all waiting for him to go back to the hunt where he has just been. So this idea of green sovereignty, this co-identity of the ruler and the just landscape, was explored and represented across diverse material culture across the nomadic and Islamic world, a lot of which is now dispersed and decontextualized in Western museums. But we might recreate a mobile culture across, to quote Eva Hoffman, the pathways of portability of this material culture. From the walls of tiled palaces and the silken pavilions, to ceramics and metalwork, to ornaments and silk which draped the powerful, beautiful bodies of rulers as diverse as the Mongol Khans, the Seljuk Sultans, and Byzantine emperors in the case of the Mosaic silk. In medieval Vaidzor in Armenia, this mobile sensibility of green sovereignty is visible in a new way of representing the good prince from the 13th century onward. So in our survey region, donor portraits on the walls of churches situate the prince within the huntscape, within that just landscape. So at Tanahat or Galadzor, this unidentified prince on the tympanum of the smaller chapel spears a lion surrounded by a retinue of animals and birds, including a peacock. And contemporary princely folk of Vaidzor represent themselves in very marked guise as nomadic, even Mongol hunters. As you can see in this excellent, very famous portrait of Emir Hasan Proshian from Spitakavor, another monastic site, and this perhaps on the right allegorical depiction of Simbat Orbelian, one of Stepanos Orbelian's kin, at Noravank. And these portraits invoke an artistic technique, the political reality of the investiture, the literal robing of the Orbelians, and also their vassals by the Ilkhanid Mongols, as Stepanos Orbelian testifies in his history. But at the same time, we see the reproduction of that idea of green sovereignty on the ground in the Christian space of Vaidzor. So Redford continued in his explanations of the implications of moral landscape, specifically for a seasonally transhuman polity like that of the Seljuks, where an allegorical co-identification of sovereign and nature was put in motion. So as he says, quote, the continuous movement of the monarch finds its poetic expression not as a sign of the weakness of the institution of the state in unstable times, but rather in the age-old image of the ruler as sun, harbinger of beauty and bounty, end quote. The historian Paul Buell touched on the question of Mongol ideas of moral landscape in the 13th century's secret history, his close reading of which, quote, shows how the early Mongols thought about the landscape, the positioning of people within landscape, and the geographical relationships of types of landscapes and types of people. And as he continues, so after speaking of heaven or Tengri and the earth or Khazar and the lords and the lands and the waters, the next stop, the next kind of priority were the pastures conceived of in two ways, as territories that were traveled back and forth on of Yaylak and Kishlak, of summer and winter pastures in regular stages, end quote. So Buell argues that the concept of space and geography articulated in the secret history is, on the one hand, a cosmographic understanding of sky, land, and water, which is then intertwined with seasonal mobility, lineage, and the use of nature by humans and animals within those lineages. So generative properties of this green world are thus entwined in complex ways with the life forces of lineage of king and kindred. So continuing the ecopolitics of green sovereignty through the what's called the long Mongol 13th century, these linkages between lineage and landscape, between political power and seasonal cycles of nature, resonate and commingle with ideas of moral landscape and green sovereignty emanating from the Eastern Mediterranean and flourishing in West Asia. So you can see this really complex, everywhere all at once mingling of these influences. And I just want to I had to crop, those of you who have seen this long silk painting, I wanted to crop it in complex ways. This vision of Kublai Khan hunting with his, what he usually is pointed out, his combined Chinese silken garments and his nomadic steppe fur garments is usually the point of focus, but I also the fact that this is a seasonal painting, that is juxtaposing the hunt against this camel caravan that's going across the steppe in the back. I just love it so much. So a dynamic, and so back to this intermingling, a dynamic and much studied manifestation of this meeting and transformation of these ideas is the representation of the good prince as the coming of spring incarnated, a trope from mystical love poetry which blossomed in popularity from Umayyad Andalusia all the way to mystic Germany and all the way to the garden courts of the Persian and Silk Road world. So on this slide, I just have two pretty famous examples from this enormous corpus, one from the mystic Khorasani poet known as Rumi, and one from the great Persian court poet Hafiz. And you can see in these, just drawing your attention to these key phrases, the idea that Rumi describes, invokes, as he says, at daybreak, the prince of the fair ones stalks forth to the chase. May our hearts be the quarry for the arrows of his glances. So you have this hero, hunter, lover, prince, who is also bringing the spring. And these famous verses from Hafiz, which were dedicated to his patron, who he describes as the rose that has come into the garden from nothingness into being, and the violet, which is us, bends down low at its feet in adoration. Take your morning draught to the notes of the harrow and the tambourine, to the sound of the flute and the mandolin kissing the cupbearer's throat. Yes. Don't sit around the rose without wine, a beautiful youth and a harp. For the days of our life are measured in a brief season. And now the earth with its zodiac of herbs is as bright as the sky, the star of good omen rising in favorable ascendant. So these verses work on multiple levels. For the sake of time, I will just emphasize that their direct allegorical relation to a prince of the world was also enhanced by the context of their recitation. The place where they would be heard and consumed and enjoyed and then carried away for repetition and further dissemination. These were recited more than they were written. And that context is the mobile court of medieval Eurasia, and especially the phenomenon of the Persian majlis, or garden court party, which enacted the power of the sovereign through the aesthetics of verdant splendor. The majlis, these parties combined blossoms, running water, sweetmeats, and wines with music and recitation as enactments of the springtime sovereignty framed by the poetic text. At the heart of the garden sat the rose-like ruler, aligning cosmos as well as ecology under his power. So this capacity of moral sovereignty to bring the spring to a just landscape was constructed many places across Eurasia, drawing on textual and poetic inventions which were, like the idea of that pastoral refuge from the city I mentioned, crafted in place, but mobile across landscapes and cultures. So thus, as I encounter the motif of blooming sovereignty among the, as he calls them, flower-lovely princes of Orbelian's History of the State of Sicyon, I am aware that he is drawing as well on constructions of green sovereignty in the Old Testament, specifically in the prophecy of Isaiah, which was such a key text in the Middle Ages that it was referred to as the fifth gospel. So in these verses I have excerpted on the left, Isaiah manifests the moral landscape of the righteous as a desert made green and wet, a wilderness tamed and planted. As this section of the prophecy goes, then shall the lame man leap as a hart, and the tongue of the dumb shall be free, for waters are broken out in the desert, and streams in the wilderness. And that which was dry land shall become a pool, and the thirsty land springs of water. And in the dens where dragons dwell before shall rise up the verdure of the reed and the bulrush. And so following a tradition of citation of Isaiah across the Mediterranean world, Stéphanos Orbelian, writing at the end of the 13th century, explicitly evokes these images in his description of the founding of the monastery of Châtillonc in the heart of Vayotzor, the late medieval, early modern version of which you can still visit today. As he recounts, in that rocky place, which had been covered with brambles, he's referring to the cleric Jacob, he planted grapevines of the best sort and roses, many vineyards and orchards of diverse fruits such as olives, figs, and pomegranates. He created a marvelous paradise, a dracht, full of all sorts of fruit bearers, and covered a large expanse with dense trees and the vines of delicious grapes for the pleasures of the brotherhood and for the needs of all the poor and needy. Then, seeing a charming hill in the midst of the orchard, he leveled its summit and surrounded it with a wall. Entering here, one could see a splendid panorama of all the vineyards. And there he built a domed chapel of astonishing design. So this is Orbelian's history. And at the heart of his work is a project to situate the lives and doings of Armenian men and women within a universal understanding of time and space, a history which contains the creation of the Christian cosmos and also the reconfiguring of that world by the Mongol Empire. And in particular, he's aligned within a local textual tradition which sets out to frame the landscape of the Armenian highlands as a holy and prophetic territory. So as we see here, the wild canyon slopes of Vayotzor are cast as the wilderness of the Holy Land, and the planting of the monastic garden is making that desert bloom, pronouncing the just dominion of the Armenians and of their church over that landscape. In this way, landscape is recruited to a political project in writing, just as the physical landscape is oriented, in Vayotzor, the physical landscape is oriented around the monasteries, villages, gardens, farms, roads, bridges, and caravanserais of that just landscape built by the Orbelians, who made it all bloom. But Orbelian was also writing in a coalescing geopolitical world, wherein the ruler's co-identity with seasonal time and cosmic order was manifested in the creation of gardens, little miniature worlds. So if we believe Marco Polo, Kublai Khan had created a fantastic example of this by the time of Marco Polo's travels in the later 13th century. As he describes, on the northern side of the palace, at the distance of a bowshot, but still within the walls, the great Khan has made an earthwork, that is to say, a mound fully 100 paces in height and over a mile in circumference. And this mound is covered with a dense growth of trees, all evergreens that never shed their leaves. And I assure you that whenever the great Khan hears tell of a particularly fine tree, he has it pulled up, roots and all, with a quantity of earth and transported to this mound by elephants. No matter how big the tree may be, he is not deterred from transplanting it, and in this way he has assembled here the finest trees in the world. And I won't read the second part here, but just draw your attention to the construction of a mound and palace, the sort of, which parallels that holy mountain and chapel built by Jacob at Châtillon. And of course, to give an example, of course, this is Genghis Khan, not Kublai Khan, but the representation of the Mongol ancestors of the Ilkhanids in the Jami al-Tawarik, in Tabriz, always like situates them like in these blooming garden landscapes, right? These, I love this, like the juxtaposition of like natural splendor with also like the imported Chinese porcelains and the sort of setting of like wine and courtly verdantness. But I can't move on for the concept of the sovereign gardener, which of course, without mentioning Babur, of course, who loves to be mentioned. The Baburnama is full of garden politics, as I know many of you know, including numerous wine and poetry parties, to which Babur is tempted, and features the explicitly cosmopolitical project of the Gardens of Fidelity, which he built at Kabul, as he describes. In the year 914, I laid out the 4 gardens known as the Bagh-i-Wafa on a rising ground facing south and having the Sukrud between it and Fort Adinapur. There, oranges, citrons, and pomegranates grew in abundance. And the year I defeated Pahar Khan and took Lahore and Dapalpur, I had plantains brought and planted there, and they did very well. The year before, I had sugarcane planted there, and it also did well. The garden lies high, has running water close at hand, and a mild winter climate. In the middle of it, a 1-mill stream flows constantly past the little hill on which are the 4 garden plots, the Chaharbagh. In the southwest part of it, there's a reservoir, 10 by 10, round which there are orange trees and a few pomegranates, the whole encircled by a trefoil meadow. And this is the best part of the garden, the most beautiful sight when the oranges take color. Truly, that garden is admirably situated. He's so proud. And you can hear in his description these tropes which are becoming familiar, the making verdant of a found plot of land, the making orderly of a wild landscape, and the collection of plants from conquered lands as a botanical enactment of the scale of the ruler's dominion. But back to the earlier centuries of the Middle Ages. So from my vantage in medieval Armenia, it's possible to see the circulation, combination, and recombination of these images of landscape which knit together power and beauty into green worlds of verdant ecology. The last of these bundlings that I want to discuss, yes, doing good, this last example links the green sovereignty of the Middle Ages, both with older ideas of moral landscape, as well as with allegories of good governance, which carry us beyond Babur into the early modern world. So this ecological entanglement also provides a fascinating example for me of the ways that literary and artistic cultures of the Middle Ages could lift real landscapes and ecologies and carry them over disparate topographies and cultural contexts. So that a landscape, an ecology in particular that's dwelled in by one group of people can be lifted artistically in literature, art, poetry, whatever, and carried and made meaningful in very disparate topographies. So this last narrative of green sovereignty is that of just power which tames the wilderness. As I know the prehistorians in the room are well aware, and I think we've already seen today a couple of times, the artistic and literary motif of a human master of animals, usually like holding 2 animals, up in triumph, extends deep into prehistory and features in the oldest written epics. I will start with a textual reference that I know circulated across the medieval world, the figure of King Solomon, depicted here in this Judaic book of prayer from medieval Germany. Solomon is the quintessential wise and just ruler, and as these excerpts I have from the Old Testament and from the Quran demonstrate, Solomon's wisdom had ecological implications. He is understood to have to speak to plants and animals, and even, especially in the Quranic version, to elementary spirits or jinn. And so you can see as he's described, I'll leave these for you guys to read, but the idea that he spoke 3,000 parables and his poems were 1,005. He treated about trees and the cedar that is Libanus, unto the hyssop that cometh out of the wall, and he discoursed of beasts and of fowls and of creeping things and of fishes. So it's like his power is ecological. And of course, this brief set of verses from the Surah Saba, to Solomon we subjected the wind, we being the divine, Its morning stride was a month's journey, and so was its evening stride. And we caused a stream of molten copper to flow for him, and we subjected some of the jinn to work under him by his lord's will. So, in the 12th century South Caucasus, this idea of Solomon's just power over nature is given a literary form of absolutely stratospheric popularity by the great poet Nizami Ganjavi, living in the northern Persian Empire in what is now Azerbaijan. In a long poem, beautiful poem, Nizami invited the Persian court into an already familiar landscape from Arabic poetry and story, the mystical heart of the Arabian Peninsula, the Bedouin desert of Najd. This poem is, of course, Layli and Majnun, the story of a woman so beautiful and a love so forbidden that it drives the lover Qais into the desert where he becomes the madman, Majnun. But Nizami's Majnun is a virtuous figure, a mystical lover who rejects only the unjust aspects of civilization and rebuilds a perfect world in the wild, which is tamed by his humility, his simple devotion, and his godliness. And so this is an excerpt from the Dick Davis translation, which I will read because I love it and I think I have time. Whatever beasts he saw, he was the same, their lowly servitor in all but name. To mention, Dick Davis is really committed to maintaining the rhyme structure of this poem, which is quite lyrical. Till lions and deer and wolves and foxes soon seemed like an army summoned by Majnun, and they became his servants flocking round him, and as their own King Solomon they crowned him. Majnun was not much more than skin and bone, but hungry vultures left their lord alone, and over him with eagles spread their wings, as parasols are opened over kings. Wolves did not trouble sheep, and lions kept their talons from wild asses as they slept. Wild dogs and rabbits were at peace. Among a pride of lions, deer could nurse their young. We can see in this passage, which inspired hundreds, thousands of works of art, how the desert wilderness becomes a mirror of the worldly court. The architecture of the palace is replaced by the wings of birds and the flanks of deer. Lions and wolves stand in for courtiers and soldiers. Nizami frames Majnun's power over the animals as specifically Solomonic and holds Majnun up as an allegory of more than human righteousness. As an allegorical figure, Majnun is complexly polysemous. He's a prince of green sovereignty, a wild man, a hermit, a saint of love. The popularity of Majnun in Nizami's context of the Persian court also demonstrates how a specific landscape, that desert of Najd, with its topography, its plant and animal denizens, which are specific to it, becomes an imagined space which circulates and signifies remaining an ecology of the mind across disparate landscapes of the Caucasus, the Iranian Plateau, Central and South Asia. And in fact, some literary critics have talked about Nizami's Layli and Majnun as a kind of pastoral, kind of reminiscing, situated in the Persian court and looking back with a very romantic nostalgia at the pastoral of the Arabian, pre-Islamic Arabian desert, of course. So the dynamic continental movement of Nizami's just wilderness and many others is the context also of my 13th century history of Vayadzor. I am working to reconstruct some of these mobile ideas of nature in order to fill out the intertextual story world of Stepanos Orbelian's writing. In another episode of the deep history of Vayadzor and Sunik, he recounts the magical founding of an ascetic monastery of vegetarian monks at Tanahat. And as he relates, the abbot of the monastery was named Nekhatar, a man who by his austerities had taken his place amongst the most virtuous. He made obedient to that blessed church wild animals such as bears and wolves and put them in the service of the monastery. Wolves carefully guarded flocks of sheep and herds of cattle, while bears carried burdens on their backs. The blessed Father Mekhatar always went into the forest and sat across from the monastery. Here wild beasts gathered in his presence and solicited his prayers and forgiveness as intelligent beings, each according to his needs. And I love the imagery of this passage, which screams for an illumination, which it did not receive, to my knowledge. We can see the wild predators of the mountains, the bears and wolves, pressed into cheerful service to the monastic community. Wolves are engaged in the pastoral care of sheep, and bears hoist burdens on their furry backs. The unnamed beasts of the forest assemble as a congregation. And many of you may recognize the juxtaposition of wild beasts like wolves and bears with tame animals like sheep and cattle from another famous passage from the prophecy of Isaiah, which promises a utopia to come, the antidote to the lamentable landscape of ruin and wilderness which accompanies a loss of Israel's dominion. So in that utopia of green sovereignty restored, Isaiah describes, quote, The wolf shall dwell with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down with the kid, and the calf and the lion and the sheep shall abide together, and a little child shall lead them. The calf and the bear shall feed, and their young ones shall rest together, etc. And critically, and the lion shall eat straw like the ox. So clearly, this passage was in front of Orbelian as he was writing his history. But I'm struck by the particular sociality of Orbelian's animals, which do not merely leave off their instinctual predation, but take up human behaviors and human intelligence. He calls them Skajunk, or kind of sensible things, and thus creating a utopian society in the wilderness, a very social society. In this imagining of a more than human wild society, I like to imagine Orbelian drawing not just on scripture, but also on tales of Solomonic and even Majnunic green sovereignty, which were moving across Vajadzor, across Armenia in this time, even as he himself traveled from the Mediterranean. He himself, Stepanos Orbelian, was also highly more mobile, traveling from the Mediterranean to the court of the Ilkhanid Mongols and across the diverse landscapes of Armenia. So I'm aware of time. Yes, no, I'm fine. Aware of time, but I want to draw to a close and have more amazing conversation as we've been enjoying for this last day and a half. But it's important to note that, like so many cultural productions of the Middle Ages, the mobile cultural idea of green sovereignty did not end with the beginning of modernity. So, recent writing from Shaha Parpia, for instance, draws attention to the active artistic production in the Mughal court of images of rulers hunting as an efficacious visual narrative for the cosmic and ecological sovereignty of the emperor. Just to give you one example, this painting from the Akbarnama here. Paintings of the ruler hunting stood in complex relationships of extension and refraction of the physical body of the ruler, the peripatetic court, the physical landscape of hunting parks and pleasure grounds, and the wild and domesticated animals and plant life which inhabited these spaces. As Parpia argues, the resulting artistic genre represents, quote, a visualization of the Mughal worldview refracted through the culture of the hunt. Ultimately, as she continues, quote, the depiction of a serene and tranquil ruler engaged in a commanding traversal of landscape and a mastery of wild animals conveys the state of the ruler as attuned to the cosmological and ecological harmony of his kingdom, its land, and its people, end quote. So these techniques of juxtaposition and allegorical representation are richly illustrated by examples from the Safavid Persian court as well. So to return to this amazing early Safavid illuminated Khamsa of Nizami, held in the British Library, the image of Majnun is one of many illustrations of Nizami's writings, which also include just rulers such as Khusra. They're depicted here camping in the blooming verdant wilds, which also, with his retinue receiving news of his beloved Shirin. You can see that on the right. The artist, Shah Mahmud Nishapuri, has dedicated this image to this image of the just king to Shah Tahmasp I, which with, we might presume, the invitation to consider the image as a mirror held up flatteringly to his own just rule, like a kind of literal mirror for princes, right? But I would argue that the same invitation is implied for the illustration of Majnun among his animal court, which I showed you a couple slides back and I've put here again, which parallels the depiction of Khusro's court in interesting ways. So we see the canopy of rocks and blossoms in place of the silken tent, and the gazelle offering its flank as a pillow to Majnun in place of the king's actual pillows on the right. The animals ranged around Majnun fix their loyal gazes on him, just as the courtiers and musicians fix their eyes on the king. This artistic deployment of these images of green sovereignty lend themselves to the self-imagination of imperial power across the early modern period. And the art historian Ebba Koch has ably demonstrated that the emerging fad for emperors to depict themselves as just rulers reigning over peaceable wilds. So just to show a few final images, all from Koch's article, Cosmo Medici, we might consider Cosmo de Medici's very self-confident portrait as Orpheus taming the beasts here on the left, as part of the same global culture as this Mughal portrait of the future Emperor Jahangir, who is being depicted as Majnun amongst the peaceable animals in the middle. And I also have questions about the resonance with the parallel Chinese tradition, exemplified on the right, of depicting emperors as hermits surrounded by a wild landscape, as in this 18th century example. So I was tempted to end by showing you pictures of like George H.W. Bush bone fishing among the endangered mangroves, or any of a million pictures of Teddy Roosevelt, but I'll leave you to imagine your own resonances in differently situated modern performances of green sovereignty. And to provide some kind of summary for these very in-process thoughts, I will start with what this exploration of green sovereignty along the Silk Roads has done for my research, or is doing for my research. I'm increasingly aware of the need for interdisciplinary methods when grappling with both the physical medieval landscape of our archaeological surveys in Vaud-Zor and the textual landscape of Orbelion's account. So at a basic level, archaeological and art historical attention to the cultural green worlds of the medieval Silk Road reveal the mutual entanglement of politics and ecological imaginaries. The idea of nature is always already political, basically. My presentation has centered on arts of the court, whether dynastic history, poetry, or manuscript painting. However, this entanglement demonstrates that political ecology, as manifesting in infrastructure, in agriculture, and transhuman pastoralism, all of which were also encompassed within these political green worlds. So what does this mean for the Silk Road? If I try to imagine the ways in which understandings of nature tied up in green sovereignty circulated along with people, goods, foodstuffs, and the cultural practices bundled with them, I find myself returning again to the need for multiscalar and transscalar interdisciplinarities and tighter alliances between paleoecology and eco-criticism of archaeology and art history. So, to finish up, at a basic level, this is about, with a very orientalizing depiction of a royal Orpheus in Yorkshire that I found last fall. At a basic level, this is about getting past Lynn White Jr.'s call to arms and his much-cited 1967, The Historical Roots of Our Ecological Crisis, in which, if you haven't read this article, Lynn White Jr. kind of like lays the exploitative and abusive relationship of the West with the environment squarely in the first book of the Bible, with the giving of dominion over the animals to Adam, not to Eve. So in the first place, it clearly isn't useful to attribute modern scientific thinking to a unilinear Western intellectual tradition of thinking about nature, which begins with Genesis. And additionally, to think about ideas of nature as originating at myriad points and traveling along with other technologies means opening up the we that White is calling to action, like who is the hour of our ecological crisis. Global climate change is a cultural problem rooted in global cultures of human-nature relationships. But also, finally, art history and archaeology demand that we contemplate the local production of global cultures. Each of these illuminated pages, carved doorways, bowls, wall tiles, scraps of silk, each of these recited poems and copied texts was created for uses which were intimate at the same time that they were cosmopolitan. They are material even as they make up part of the restless, unwieldy corpus of Silk Road things that we all work with. Among other things, this draws me back to the question of the we who is invoked in living in harmony with nature, which is very different across these examples. Like the in-group, the kind of the sense of the self which is in harmony with nature, you can see is quite disparate, diverse. These exclusionary ontopolitics of green sovereignty are important to keep in sight, even as we might look to the ostentatious stewardship of plants and animal worlds across Eurasia as a quote-unquote way out of our very real immediate ecological crises. Again, like the idea that like the care and the stewardship and the harmony that's being displayed in all these representations is quite selective, situated, and constructing of other externalities and alterities. And that's where I'm gonna end. I thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Okay, I have a question about linking what you're talking about to some of the earlier conversations, which I think, I'm thinking of the texts that we heard from, I'm blanking on the woman's name.
Melinda.
Who presented on Zoom today. I apologize, yes. She presented this like really scathing review of, not her personally, but the texts. She recounted how the texts that she was reading from these rulers were recounting scathing reviews of these terrible barbarians at the fringes of the world, etc., etc. Your texts and poetry, albeit later in time, reflect an incredibly opposite picture of, which we can all appreciate, I think, as people who, would argue on behalf of those communities who otherwise been subjugated as like wild barbarians. So my question then becomes, what changes? Like, is it just simply that the orientation of power is now in the hands of the quote-unquote periphery, or is it just some change overall in the cosmopolitanism of the production of what is civilized, or what is acceptably civilized? Can you understand what I'm getting at?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I think the main thing that changes is that like I am looking at texts and objects that are made like in the Caucasus and Central Asia, as opposed to like wherever Strabo was writing from, but like in the Mediterranean, and of course like contemporary with these. I mean, I want to go back, so I'm not looking at like an English. This is like such a like an Englishman who went to India's depiction of himself, right? To go back to like this, for instance. Of course, like alongside and in the same time that and like even these are from the early 16th century, but at the same time as the like Siyasatnama and like the same time as Orbelian is writing, like you have like Matthew of Paris like talking about the Mongols that are eating babies and carrion and drinking like blood and whatever. So like yeah, so place matters. I guess like so part of it is as part of this is like an art historical intervention. I mean, not that like art history desperately needs it, but like that of course like each of these pages is located in like a different shelf of the British Library, and like all of these images that are like creating this cosmopolitan culture that is very constructive of place and politics are now like scattered all over the world, and we have to kind of put them back together in conversation with each other, which is what I think is like one of the useful things in the last 20, 30 years about the idea of the Silk Road is like enabling new curatorial possibilities of bringing these objects together in different useful ways. But then back, I mean, so also like coming to this conference and knowing who I was going to be talking to is like, yeah, like the idea of an ecology, like there is a nomadic agency, pastoral nomadic agency, however you want to talk about it, and a Central Asian, like a real impact in like the imagination of the human relationship with the environment, which is enabled by like all this mobility that we have called various things, but like could be called, if like I was saying, it's like let's talk about nomadic, Central Asian nomadic green sovereignty as a global culture, which is alongside and intersect. Like all these people are wearing silk, right? All these people are consuming metalwork and wine, like alongside. Yeah. So yes, I agree. But again, I think this is not so. Yeah, there are plenty of anti-nomadic people hanging out still in Western Europe galore during this time, and plenty of people like even Marco Polo who are holding up the nomad right as a exotic other, an allegorical figure for the Western self, for sure.
So obviously, because you showed the nice picture of Kublai Khan trying to pretend like he can hunt, and
yeah.
Obviously some of these things are at play, in Mongolia and the Eastern Steppe too.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go back for fun.
But one thing that your talk kind of made me remember and think about is that there actually are. Both a pretty significant art historical tradition around the animal world, but also these extremely weird little gardens, as recently as like the 20th century, but also going back to like Karakorum, the capital of the Mongol Empire, that have sort of the opposite vibe, which is just like exotic animals. And like I'm just thinking, there's just so much imagery going back to the Turkic Empire in Mongolia of just like animals that don't exist in Mongolia, and even in these little gardens where it's almost like they're building some narrative around, connections to the rest of the world, or I mean, some of them are coming in with the religious connotations, but it's really interesting because they are, there are a lot of the same roles in terms of how they're represented, but you can't like go into the Mongolian countryside and frolic with lions and turtles and this sort of thing. So I'm curious what you make of that situation and how it might intersect with some of these
like mystical animals.
Yeah, I mean a lot of them are. I mean, for example, the four corners of a lot of the ruling cities are like welcomed with a giant turtle.
I love the giant Mongolian turtle. Yeah. I know. Are you telling me that there aren't giant gopher tortoises roaming? Dream killed. Mystical animals are like an intersecting like aspect of this, and
we also have like actual gardens with like elephant remains, and like the Boghan from 1910 had like he had like tigers and these little gardens, but they were very like fantastical places rather than like accurate.
I mean, I didn't even go into like the South Asian Indian tradition of the garden, which is like a different modality and is for like awe, splendor, pleasure, sex, death, like whatever, like fantasy. And yeah, which would have like this sense of, yeah, like that like opens up and yeah, it opens up different possibilities for like what the experience of that place would be. I think who was it? Definitely like that also like weighs in on the idea of like the Islamic garden, which is usually represent like the prototypical quintessential Islamic garden is like the Alhambra, which is this very like incredibly geometrical, almost arid space, even as it is like full of water and beauty. But like that's not the only like this points at like the diversity of like the application of like the idea of the garden, and like not every garden in the medieval world is the same garden, even as like the cosmological garden of Persia and Central Asia and France look similar in ways that, like, again, it's like we can talk about, like, there's a sort of, I just keep saying like everywhere, always, already, all at once aspect of this. Though, of course, like, it is coming from somewhere. Just the one thing I will say about fantastical animals is like something that, for a paper I need to get right for next week, one of the things I'm really interested in is mystical animals that are from like we were talking about this like last night or 2 nights ago about like mystical animals like in scripture that have to get translated into Armenian when the Armenian language, which of course has been around for several thousand years by this point, they need to translate the Bible into Armenian, which is why the Armenian alphabet is created. And I showed this door because this door shows mythological animals, but also like Stepanos Orbelian like also uses these mythological animals. So we have here, there's like a unicorn whose head is kind of cut off. You can see his tongue on the top of his horn, and then these what sometimes are one possibility is like they are like the Armenian version of Lamia, the translation of Lamia from the Bible, which is like, you know, snake woman or bird woman or whatever, but like get represented as these like simurgs and what am I saying? Like harpy figures. And so what he's making a reference to is like this idea of this like what the carver of this church door is calling your attention to is like the idea of like the mystical wilderness of ruin and danger that lies outside the doors of the church, which is a cosmological space. And it's like a direct reference also to like the description of wilderness occupied by animals and dragons and beasts in Isaiah. And then, which then Stepanos Orbelian like uses in these poems to describe like his time after the Mongol conquest, which then like historians in Armenia, you know, are like, oh, so we know that there were porcupines, and we know that there were wolves at this time, and there's something that he's calling centaurs. So we'll have to figure out like what those would have been. But it's like he's not actually describing like the actual inhabitants, the animals of his time. He's like allegorically invoking this combination of like of animals from the Eastern Mediterranean, right, like from the Levant, and also imagined animals of the like classical tradition to kind of give you a vibe. And so yeah, like the idea that like that vibe works in the invocation of fantastical animals in the court context, and also in these like literary contexts. And so yeah, we have this layering of real nature and imagined nature in really complex ways. I took you guys on a little journey there. Give you a talk and a half. Not sorry. Yeah, so I hear what you're asking about, and I don't want to flatten this all into like ecology as a model of like the just human society, because like that's only one thread in like what's going on, and yeah, and it has a really complex relationship with like real living animals. Though as you see, like horses are very important, right? Like, real horses. You guys have got more of me than you bargained for, so I will stop talking.
So thank you everybody for being here, and thank you to the Tang Center for inviting me here again. It actually gave me an opportunity to think about something that came out of the tail end of my last project that I just finished just a couple of months ago, where I was looking at a very micro level sort of study of late pre-modern port cities and port settlements in maritime Southeast Asia looking at urbanization, patterns of settlement, and all that kind of thing. And there was one question that just kept coming up, and that is, why do these settlements appear when they did? Why did they only last for the, sort of short 100, 150 years that they did? And they just kind of keep coming up and then, sort of disappearing, coming up and disappearing, even though obviously we knew that, Southeast Asia, coastal Southeast Asia really has been inhabited by people with coastal settlements sort of appearing throughout history, right? So that was one of those big questions that never got resolved in that book project. And so this is a sort of a thought paper, somewhat different from, I think, many of the papers that have been presented, where there was a significant amount of research already that's been done, and you're thinking about the data. Here are really just some questions and some postulations. And if anybody has any sort of maybe good ideas as I'm speaking in the next sort of 30 minutes or so, do let me know, because I'm trying to sort of sort out some of these macro level sort of issues and questions that I have. So as you can tell from that map, I'm not going to be talking about Central Asia. It's primarily the seascape, right, of Maritime Asia. There are quite a few significant natural, environmental sort of, factors that affect Southeast Asia, one of which obviously is the West Pacific Rim, the Pacific Ocean. The second major sort of factor really is the continental weather patterns, atmospheric patterns that we see across continental Asia, but have a direct impact on maritime Southeast Asia. And the third one, which more recently I kind of was starting to read about and discover, which I won't be able to talk too much about in today's, sort of half an hour, is the Indian Ocean oscillation. So it's a maritime landscape. This is sort of the area that I've been focusing on in the last 20 years or so, but not so much the inland areas of these islands, and the peninsula of Malaysia, as well as mainland Southeast Asia, but the coastal area. So basically anything that touches the sea, really sort of what I'm looking at. And as you zoom in, this is the kind of geographical landscape you're looking at. It's a riparian environment. There are coasts, sort of river mouths, bays everywhere. You don't have to go very far along the coast in order to find one of these things. Probably about 3 or 4 kilometers, and you hit another one, and you hit another one, and you hit another one. But there have been people who've lived in this environment. So here's an example of one of the two major groups of people that inhabit, right, this landscape. This picture sort of showing a coastal village in Riau, in Indonesia, and they look like they are living on the sea. The buildings are on the water surface, but they're actually land-based people. So they live really close to the land, but they do actually practice some kind of agriculture. And so in some ways, we refer to them as land-based people as opposed to sea-based people. These are the other second group, and they are primarily sea-based people. They live primarily on boats of this nature. They're highly mobile. And so whereas these groups of people are quite sedentary in the sense that they're located in a fixed geographical area, and some of these settlements can last for a couple of 100 years. Sizes vary and all that, but the settlements actually stay for quite a significant period of time. The second group of people are a little bit different in that they're extremely mobile. So they're really dependent on the annual cyclical patterns and seasonalities of the seascape. As the flora and the fauna migrate, as the fauna particularly migrate in the seascape, these people would tend generally to move along because that's their supply of food, right? Protein supplies. And they're highly dependent on the sea. Weather patterns also affect how they would move, where they would move, and where they might hold up for a couple of months just to ride out the rougher times of the year before the sea begins to calm down a little bit again. So, all of that sort of, as I was working on the micro level project of urbanization and the rise and demise of very specific port settlements, port cities, and port polities, one of the things that came to mind was, in fact, coastal Southeast Asia is an extremely highly urbanized area of the world. If you take this entire geography, including the island spaces and the inland spaces, is really very sparsely populated. So roughly only about 5 people per hectare, right? But almost all of those people are concentrated along the coastline in these settlements. And so a study was done in the late 60s and early 70s, and in fact, as they put it against like Chinese cities, Middle Eastern landscapes and so on and so forth in Europe, one of the statistical realizations was that, in fact, coastal Southeast Asia was probably one of the most intensely urbanized spaces in the world. And of course, the question then becomes, right, why were such high levels of intensity in terms of settlement activity and urbanization occurring over the last sort of 2 millennia in this particular geographical area? And of course, for me, as somebody who's really interested in port settlements and urbanization, how were these activities birthed and how were they sustained? And also, what was the nature of these centers? So those were the sort of broad questions that I was thinking about over the last sort of year or so. And I think one of the things that I kind of at least sort of thought about as I was finishing up the project last year was that there are a couple of these sort of macro factors, levels of macro factors that impacted settlement formation in this maritime environment. The first one, of course, is the region's sort of seasonal cycles and patterns, right? So on the one hand, it affected the location of resources, where the fish might be, certain kinds of fauna, material, and so on and so forth, very often tied to the solar year, simply because that's how the maritime environment, in terms of its annual seasons and cycles, operated. But there was also a second sort of macro level factor that was very obvious as those of us who are historians look through the textual material over the last sort of 2,000 years, but specifically from about the second half of the first millennium AD until maybe about the 1500 AD period, just as the Europeans were beginning to appear on the scene in Southeast Asia in a big way. And that was the geopolitics and the ebb and flows of these larger sort of states or civilizational entities on continental Asia. So the Indian kingdoms, for example, China was a big one, obviously, for this part of the world. But even as far as the West Indian Ocean, with the Middle Eastern, Persian and then the Middle Eastern kingdoms, as they rose and they declined, they did have a significant impact on coastal Southeast Asia, simply because of the nature of which they were able to project their economic demand and supply into this particular region, which had a significant amount of natural resources that everybody else didn't really produce in their geographical zones, and so they were really interested in acquiring for their material cultural consumption. And of course, along with that was the traversing or the projection and the traversing of shipping and commercial networks across maritime Asia and into Southeast Asia. And along with those sorts of things, as you have people moving, goods moving, and you have transportation crossing this space, you will also get the spread of cultural sort of elements, right? Like language, for example, religion, even interesting things like fiscal systems, coinage, gene pool, and political ideas of what would constitute, for example, the ideal polity. But at the higher level, the broader level, was a third kind of a factor, which involved sort of the larger forces that determine the civilizational ebbs and flows of these much larger cultures and societies across maritime Asia. And here it was really sort of where today's paper was, today's kind of talk would be primarily sort of focused upon, and that's the climate oscillations and shifts that we're seeing round about the second half of the first millennium AD until about 1500 AD. And they were important because they affected things such as rainfall patterns, the length of the growing seasons that we saw in continental Asia, but also other things such as the amount of arable land that would be available for agriculture, monsoon patterns, and trade wind patterns as well, which in maritime Asia and for coastal Southeast Asia was a very important thing. So in thinking about how these settlement activities and urbanization patterns sort of, occur across time, right, as a trajectory, in a very sort of simplistic, sort of broad stroke trajectory, one can argue that settlements are birthed in this geographical zone when certain specific geographical locations like the bay or a cove or a river basin is occupied by people, right? And so it's a riparian environment. They're primarily living on the water surface, but they're also engaged in very rudimentary agriculture on land, okay? The population bases are not very big. So there are many of these settlements in coastal Southeast Asia, but they usually number around about 100 people at the very most. So quite a few families, but they're really, really very small settlements. These settlements become slightly bigger when a number of them along the coastline in the nearby vicinity begin to sort of interact with each other, work with each other, and they essentially collect whatever is available in the immediate hinterlands of their small little settlement and begin to sort of exchange it with each other, right? At some point in time, one of these settlements become a collection point, right, an aggregation point for all these sort of natural resources and items that have been collected or grown in their geographical space. And along with that are the seasonal sort of groups that come through, the people on the boats, for example, that would come by on a seasonal basis because the monsoons might be blowing quite roughly at a certain time of the year. And so in order to sort of look for shelter, they would then go into a cove or river mouth where there's already an existing settlement, and they will be holding up there for a couple of months until the monsoon patterns change, and then they would then go back out into the open sea. So the settlements are starting to sort of ebb and flow, right, sort of pulsating on an annual basis based on such human activity. And then there's a third level of settlement pattern that occurs at a higher level, and that's when international trade or slightly more distant regional trade begins to come into the region. And here trade basically initiates a need or a demand for resources in a geographical area of coastal Southeast Asia. And all the resources are then collated together in one location, which is able to tap into this broader regional and international trade. And so what you get is a convergence of one gateway, right? And along with that, you will have habitation patterns or settlement patterns of people not from the area itself, but from outside of the area and from the larger region of maritime Asia. And so these settlements can enlarge and contract cyclically. Yesterday when Michael was giving the talk on the city on the, that they had a lost city that you guys had this and I'm thinking, I asked a question about population in the city. What would be an estimate for because of it's some similarities in these sorts of things depending on which time of the year and the season in the trading cycle and so on and so forth. Your settlement of this third order could increase quite substantially. And some of the largest ones have been known to have populations of about like 30,000, for example. So it's quite a huge scale compared to like the initial sort of genesis where it's literally just 100 people or so. By the time you get to this order of magnitude, it's really quite a large urban center, right? That involves a huge number of different kinds of people coming from very, very different places. And so, of course, the question then becomes, what were the macro level factors that created the impetus for the movement along this trajectory pattern? So far, I've kind of identified three, okay? The first one being global atmospheric temperatures fluctuating over somewhat of a 1,000-year period. The most important one really is from about roughly the 8th century to the 12th centuries AD, depending on where you're measuring this. But essentially, the medieval warm period was a significant sort of global factor that did affect settlement pattern and urbanization in coastal Southeast Asia in the period that I'm thinking about, which is sort of roughly about 6th century AD through until 15th century AD, right? And then, of course, following that from the 13th and 14th, but picking up a little bit more intensity through the 18th as a global cooling phase. The second one, which I think is unique to the Southeast Asian landscape, really is ENSO, or the El Nino Southern Oscillation prevalence. And so between the 8th to the 13th century, the Pacific Ocean was primarily more towards a La Nina prevalence as opposed to an El Nino prevalence that occurs after the 14th century. And so what it does is it affects the nature of rainfall patterns in coastal Southeast Asia because of the ENSO oscillation and the prevalence of La Nina between the 8th to the 13th century. The third one, of course, is all of those sorts of factors then therefore impact the flora basis for agriculture of the populations that are in this particular geographical area, right? So those are the three things that I sort of thought about and sort of begin to sort of explore a little bit just to see what the impact would be. And so in the first instance, when we're thinking about global temperature oscillations, the medieval warm period really affected two parts of maritime Asia. The first one was the impact they had on the growing production basis of continental Asia. So if you look at the textual records, and I'm pretty sure the archaeological records reflect the same thing as well, from about the 7th, 8th centuries onwards till roughly about the 12th and 13th century was a period where essentially you had these huge enlargements, not only of the agrarian bases, the agricultural lands that could be exploited, but also the lengthening of the summer growing season, right, in the northern hemisphere. Does not just affect China, it goes all the way through into the Middle East. Europe is a primary beneficiary of that. Some of the lower slopes of the Alps, for example, become cultivatable in terms of wheat production. And so overall what you have is a huge trans-regional economic exchange because all these major societies of Asia are producing much more than they did before. The result, of course, is the ability then to project their economic capabilities and demands, right, across into the larger world. And what you see in this period of time is the rise, for example, of the Middle Eastern networks, shipping networks that come out of the Arabian Sea across not only into the east coast of Africa, but into places like the Indian subcontinent, into Southeast Asia and as far as China. The South Asians as well, from the temple building activities that we see in Southeast Asia were becoming extremely active across the Bay of Bengal by about the 5th century AD, peaking roughly about around the 11th century AD. The Chinese, initially a little late, their ships don't really sort of come out into Southeast Asia until about the 10th, 11th century, but when they do, they begin to dominate the shipping networks both in the South China Sea as well as across northwards into the Sea of Japan. So what we see is this global phenomenon basically of a very rich, vibrant, right, and sort of economically wealthy trans-Asian exchange in the maritime space in Asia. And just a couple of photographs just to sort of illustrate the volume of exchange. So this is one of several Middle Eastern shipwrecks that were excavated in Southeast Asia. This is just off the Gulf of Siam, where a late 8th, early 9th century AD vessel which completely empty because all its goods from the Middle East had already been taken out and put into the port, right? And it's just waiting for a change in season. The traders on these vessels were essentially acquiring products to be put on this vessel. But so this is sort of that in-between period, just as they've unloaded their cargo and they're awaiting, the shifts in the monsoon season so that they can reload the ships with Southeast Asian products before they head back to the Middle East. For some reason, it sank, and so this is I just wish that we had a much better photograph of it for the photogrammetry. It's a beautiful vessel, but roughly about 200 tons in terms of its displacement. Okay, so a fairly large vessel, and it was obviously not the only one. There were quite a few of them. This one is one that was leaving China in the late 12th century, that then just sank off the coast of China just before it actually even managed to make its way down to Southeast Asia. But it gives you a sense of the volume, right, of material culture that was being produced by Song China during this time, but exported into Southeast Asia and then consumed across the whole of Maritime Asia. So I think the tonnage of this vessel is roughly about 350 tons, and the total number of ceramics that has so far been recovered by the Chinese archaeologists is roughly about 120,000 pieces of that white stuff, and that's just the bowls alone. There was a whole bunch of other commodities, including things like silk and so on and so forth, that was loaded on this vessel. The impact, I think, on coastal Southeast Asian societies was very significant, right? So to date, I think we have roughly about 25 to 30 wrecks from this period that I'm looking at, from about roughly the 8th through to the 15th centuries. It's only a small proportion of the total amount of shipping, or volume of shipping, that we're seeing traversing Southeast Asia. And one of the things, of course, is that, these sorts of really vibrant, multiple external networks that are traversing Southeast Asia during this period of time allowed for these huge port cities to emerge. Thinking about the extraction of the economic resources or natural resources from the immediate hinterlands behind the coastline on these islands, all of which were not consumed by the Southeast Asians themselves, coastal Southeast Asians themselves, but in fact exported to the rest of Maritime Asia. So everything from camphor, different kinds of scented woods, sandalwood, incense, the list goes on, the different kinds of spices. And what it allowed then, therefore, was an enlargement of the populations at these port cities in coastal Southeast Asia, as well as the cultural complexity that they then, therefore, had. They went from, sort of the kinds of fairly low-level technology cultures to ones that were able to articulate fairly complex issues, including things like political legitimacy, for example, religious systems that were adopted, not so much wholesale in the sense that they just all became Hindus or Buddhists and later Islam or Muslims, but rather they utilized those sorts of cultural articulation as a form of veneer, right, to express their own indigenous sort of cultural traits. And so it gave a certain kind of cultural complexity to these settlements and these populations. The port cities of the Malay region with the coastal regions of Southeast Asia became recognized as centers of sub-regional political authority. And this is not necessarily a locally expressed idea alone, because we begin to see the names of these coastal Southeast Asian port polities show up in foreign textual records. So you don't see them that much in Chinese texts, for example, until about the 4th and 5th centuries. And then there's a whole bunch of them that suddenly appear in the textual corpus. But by about the 8th and 9th centuries, they reduce in number, but they keep appearing. So the intensity of the appearance of them in the textual record increases, as the number of these polities and their names, right, shrink in the Chinese documentation. So it's really interesting. So what you see is this compounding effect of what we call political enlargement, political consolidation, right, that comes as a result of this international trade and the economic redistribution that is occurring across coastal Southeast Asia and maritime Southeast Asia during this period of time because of the rise in the global atmospheric temperatures in continental Asia. A second major factor was the oscillation in rainfall patterns, and that occurs primarily during the 8th to 13th centuries in Southeast Asia itself. One of the biggest factors that affects rainfall in Southeast Asia is in fact the intertropical convergence zone, which is that band of clouds that is sort of sandwiched between, sort of the winds that are coming down the northern hemisphere and the winds that are moving up in the southern hemisphere, right? So in between is a band of clouds that is known as the intertropical convergence zone. And what happens is at the end of the calendar year, which sort of coincides with our northern solar year, around about November, December, the ITCZ is primarily down at the south, which you see with the blue line. And then over the course of the first half of the year up until about July, as the northern hemisphere begins to sort of warm up, okay? But particularly around about March to June is where it really speeds up. That intertropical convergence zone begins to sort of push upwards north to as far as about 30, 35 degrees north of the equator. As that zone moves up north or comes back down south, it's carrying a significant amount of moisture with it. And so maritime Southeast Asia and coastal Southeast Asia is highly affected by this oscillating band of clouds. And that's the reason why, for example, if you were in Cambodia, which is here, I'm trying to see if I can get the, this is the laser? No, okay. If you are in Cambodia, which is here, you don't typically experience rain between November through until about May, because the ITCZ band is actually down towards your south, right? But by May is when the monsoon season begins in this part of Southeast Asia, mainland Southeast Asia, about here. And that's because the clouds have hit that latitude, and then they pass through, they go as far as southern China, sometimes as high up into the north of China as Shantung, and then the clouds start moving back down south again from about August onwards. So it's an interesting oscillation, but that oscillation is important because it actually waters mainland Southeast Asia and island Southeast Asia. And that is what then provides the natural conditions or the environmental conditions for the success or the failures of certain kinds of agricultural activities that can take place, right, in Southeast Asia itself. Along with that is the El Nino Southern Oscillation, and with a prevailing sort of a La Nina prevalence. This is a neutral map. It sort of provides a sense of how much rainfall variation that we're seeing towards the end of the calendar year, roughly about October, November, December, thereabouts, and it's primarily relatively dry. But if you have a La Nina year towards the end of the calendar year, the amount of rainfall is actually much higher. And so when you have about 5 centuries from about the 8th to the 13th century of La Nina prevalence, a couple of things happens in Southeast Asia, right? So number one, you get the rise of mainland Southeast Asian kingdoms in places like Cambodia today, Vietnam, Myanmar, Burma, okay? Mainly because the rainfall patterns in the months from about April, May through to June are really quite heavy in mainland Southeast Asia. And so what you have is the natural conditions for the growth of wet rice cultivation, okay, in those parts of Southeast Asia. And what then happens is your population bases move from the lower latitude zones of Southeast Asia, which is coastal Southeast Asia, and they start moving upwards north because they're basically chasing the rainfall patterns and the rice growing capabilities up there. So you get that population base shifting northwards from about the 8th century. And what happens then is that these kingdoms begin to develop in mainland Southeast Asia. So when we think about places like Angkor, which is an extremely well-known World UNESCO Heritage Site, it only establishes itself as a kingdom in that part of Cambodia around about 820 AD. Right, coinciding with a massive population migration from the southern half of mainland Southeast Asia upwards into the north, and then that's where the big rice agricultural sort of base is developed over the next sort of 500 years. Okay, what that does is that it sucks, right, the demographics out of coastal Southeast Asia, because all these population bases along the coast are now moving to inland, right, for the rice agriculture, and it creates a vacuum in coastal Southeast Asia, right, which coincides with that large international trade that's occurring, coming out of China, coming out of India, coming out of the Middle East. And so what then happens is that it provides that space for regional port polities in coastal Southeast Asia to emerge and consolidate themselves from the 8th century AD onwards. And what you get is port polities and settlements being held together through political charters, right, because they are able now to sort of capitalize on that vacuum. So just to try to sort of portray that in some kind of a visual way, okay? So you get from the 7th century AD the rise of a thalassocracy that is called Srivijaya, and it's located here. Let me see if I can get the arrow there. Yeah, here we go. Okay, it's along the coastal part of the Malay region. All right, you begin to hear about it in texts from about the late 7th century AD onwards in Chinese textual documents. And what it does is very quickly, within about 20, 30 years, it consolidates its political influence, okay, over this large geographical region that is colored by that yellow circle, okay? But within that large political and economic sphere are other port polities as well, which are not necessarily super small or insignificant. So you have South Kedah, for example, which is located here, okay? That is a major collection center for all the products that are coming out from that part, okay, of coastal Southeast Asia, including tin production, some camphor, for example, various kinds of items that are demanded in the international market. Over here on the other side of the peninsula, over here, because this peninsula is cut through with a low mountain range, is another port city that was known as Langkasuka, where they are extremely well known for the production of garu wood. It's a kind of, aromatic wood that's produced in that part of Southeast Asia. Primary market is China, right? And so all of these products are being sort of collated by these different key ports here. And then the products are then all shipped down by Southeast Asian shipping to this part here, Palembang, Southeast Srivijaya, and all the international trade networks then converge onto this one location, okay? And the only reason why this was feasible is because all the settlements and the humans that were located in this part of Southeast Asia along the Gulf of Siam, but on mainland Southeast Asia, had been there for about a couple of centuries, but by the 8th century, because of the nature of the rainfall patterns, were beginning to migrate northwards inland into this part of mainland Southeast Asia, where they began to have their rice agriculture because of the nature of the rains. So it's really interesting how the rainfall patterns and the oscillation of rainfall, right, at the macro level affected, I think, settlement patterns in coastal Southeast Asia. This is just a schematic diagram, just to sort of illustrate what I had just mentioned a couple of minutes ago, and there are a couple of empty circles because these are the places that we are able to pin down, both textually and archaeologically, but there must have been quite a few sort of coastal settlements that were servicing or were under, right, these sub-regional settlements of which we have no textual record. And archaeologically, it's just quite challenging to discover, these sorts of settlements, especially if they're more than 1,000 years old, just simply because of the nature of the geography. The coastal geomorphology is constantly changing, and it's a tropical zone, so the high acidity of the soil effectively destroys anything that is organic, and unless there are inorganic material that's been left there, you probably will not be able to find the habitation sites at all. So it's quite a challenging sort of geography from an archaeological point of view. What is interesting, of course, is that at the global atmospheric, the rise in global atmospheric temperature is not always necessarily a good thing. So as it was great for coastal Southeast Asia in the first couple of centuries of that phase, by the time you get to the late 12th and 13th century, which is at the height of the medieval warm period, it actually started to seem to have a negative effect on coastal Southeast Asian sort of settlement patterns and urbanization. And what was beginning to happen is that these much more established tier 1 societies in continental Asia were beginning to become what I would just kind of like an overreach. And so while initially your shipping lines were useful for coastal Southeast Asia, by the time you got to about the 12th and 13th centuries, they began to sort of take over, right, the indigenous networks that were in place and grown, right, in coastal Southeast Asia and became basically the more dominant networks in that same space, and so therefore outdoing the competition, which was the native competition. So as an example, by about the 13th century, Chinese shipping networks were beginning to sort of dominate Southeast Asia from a maritime point of view, and almost all commerce and shipping by the 13th century were run by Chinese ships. The same thing could be said about the Middle Eastern networks as well. Roughly about the 11th century, we begin to see something really interesting, and that is that the Arabs will begin to set up their own agencies in Southeast Asian ports, running the international trade that they were interested in out of Southeast Asia, as opposed to out of the Middle East and tapping into the Southeast Asian networks. The same story can be said about the South Asians from about the 10th century onwards. The Tamil guilds, commercial guilds that were initially based in the southern part of the Indian subcontinent and sort of reaching out across the Bay of Bengal, beginning to settle in Southeast Asia, in the northern part of the Malacca Straits, and then establishing their own temples there, their own sort of agencies there, and running their commercial networks from Southeast Asia. And so the result is that Southeast Asian or coastal settlements begin to sort of decline, right? And the notion of the indigenous agency begins to sort of, begin to decline. I show this photograph because this is like a shipwreck that we had excavated in 2016 off the coast of Singapore. It turns out to be the earliest shipwreck that we now have on record. I'm pretty sure it won't last very long. It's like building the tallest building in the world. But essentially the earliest vessel that was known to carry blue and white ceramics in any significant quantity. So about a third of the cargo was Chinese blue and white from the first half of the 14th century. And what is really interesting is that compared to some of these other vessels, like this one, for example, which is a Chinese vessel, you could tell the level of agency that the markets in Southeast Asia were able to exercise in any of these sort of shipping orders, right, based on the nature of the cargo round about the 11th and 12th centuries. In other words, the ceramics that were exported out of China by vessels, whether they were Chinese or Southeast Asian, exhibited a very strong correlation with the material culture that is excavated in these settlements themselves in Southeast Asia. So that there was a direct correlation between supply and demand, right? So you send out what your consumer market is interested in. By the time you get to the 14th century, that is no longer the case. So what was happening is that Chinese traders were just basically exporting whatever was being produced in China, and the markets in Southeast Asia were not able to essentially determine what was the product that they were going to consume. It was just whatever was being shipped out by the Chinese shipping lines. So it's a really interesting, subtle shift in the nature of trade, in the nature of agency, right, that is sort of tagged to the economy and economic exchange. So by about the late 13th century, a couple of things occur, one of which is changes in the environment. The global atmospheric temperatures are beginning to decline from this juncture onwards, and so what you have is a narrowing of the oscillation band of the intertropical convergence zone, right? And what it does is that it affects the nature of rainfall occurring across Southeast Asia. So on the one hand, you have an increase in the occurrence of intense precipitation in South China and mainland Southeast Asia, which causes the collapse in the hydrological systems in mainland Southeast Asia. Okay, this is the period where places like Bagan in Myanmar, which has lasted for about 500 years based on rice agriculture, essentially declines. Okay, Angkor collapses in the 14th century, which coincides with this. And previously, we always used to think that it was a geopolitical thing. You know, the Thais further down in the south were becoming increasingly powerful, you know, and politically more organized, and so militarily more, aggressive. And it was because of that Angkor collapsed. Turns out that it actually has to do with the changing nature of rainfall. The ENSO oscillation as well begins to gradually shift towards a more El Nino prevalent oscillation, which meant that the year-end rainfalls in Indonesia, maritime coastal Southeast Asia, as well as the Philippine archipelago begins to decline. This is basically what we're seeing here in terms of the rainfall variation towards the end of the year. Then all of that then results in the decline in continental Asia's agricultural output. In mainland Southeast Asia, the population begins to now migrate southwards, and so Angkor gets depopulated. Bagan in Myanmar begins to be depopulated. They're all moving basically back down to the south, which is the Gulf of Siam. And so the agricultural output, along with all of these changes, the agricultural output in coastal Southeast Asia also becomes increasingly unstable as well because of the nature of the rainfall patterns throughout the year. And the impact on geopolitics in coastal Southeast Asia, therefore, is quite significant. You get the establishment of large littoral kingdoms in the Gulf of Siam and East Indonesian archipelago, kingdoms like Sukhothai, Ayutthaya, Majapahit in Java emerges as powerful Southeast Asian kingdoms during this time, right? And it continues as a geopolitical realignment process through into the 16th century. The old charter kingdoms along the coastline collapses during this period of time, okay? And so what you have is a decline in the population. And once you have that, you then have basically a mushrooming of all these much smaller settlements along the coastline from about the 14th century onwards. Now, previously when this was happening in the first half of the first millennium AD, we knew of none of these places that would have existed, although logically they probably were there. The only reason why we know of them now in the 14th century as this thing is going in a reverse order and it's going into an ebb cycle is because the Chinese by this juncture are already operating in this space in their ships. And so what we have is a textual record, right, of these places that they were witnessing in the 14th century, which we did not have in the first half of the first millennium AD. So we were very fortuitous because we now have a textual record, because there are people who write stuff and remember things, right, in a textual way, right? They are already operating in this space, and so because of that, we have that. But what it does show is a essential sort of breaking down of these much larger order organizations, or social organizations, into much smaller settlement patterns that we are seeing in this space by about the 14th century. So I'm just keeping an eye on the time, but I wanted to mention agriculture. Because of the nature of the rainfall, right, it does affect, or it did affect the population sustainability and agricultural practices in coastal Southeast Asia. It really depends on your caloric production in order to be able to sort of develop much larger urban centers with larger populations. And so therefore what you can grow to a large extent was a major factor in terms of the sustainability and the predictability of food supply for your population in an urban environment. In the coastal Southeast Asia, there were two major crops that were grown. One obviously is rice. The second one is sago, which apparently is people used to eat this in this country as a dessert, the little sort of sago balls. But there are kind of soil conditions for which these two different plants are grown are quite different. Rice requires a high clay, high sand content, and low variability in the salinity of the water, right, and water table. Sago, on the other hand, depends on a high organic content soil. So peat soil, for example, is really great for sago agriculture production because that's what the plant requires. And the plant can take a significant variability in terms of the salinity of the water table. So here's just two pictures side by side just to illustrate these two plants. But what happens is that the medieval warm period, the La Nina prevalence, and the wider sort of, intertropical convergence zone oscillation from the 8th to the 12th centuries AD impacted the water supply, right? The nature of the water supply from the sky, but also the salinity levels of the waters near the coastline, because it fluctuates significantly depending on the nature of rainfall and the intensity of rainfall. And so what you have is that in places like the Gulf of Siam, for example, littoral zone, where there's significant clay and soil, sand content, you get evidence of ancient irrigation systems from about the 8th to the 13th centuries. And irrigation is critical for rice production, okay? Whereas as you go down the latitude in Southeast Asia to places like the southern half of the Malay Peninsula, into places like Sumatra and so on and so forth, the soil along the coast begins to become increasingly high in its organic content. And so there, rice is not grown but sago, okay? And so the combination of these different sort of large weather patterns and oscillations created a set of circumstances where settlements along the coastline that are located here, north of this line here, along the Gulf of Siam littoral area, because of the nature of the soil, but also because of the high rainfall patterns that we saw from the 8th to the 13th centuries, were primarily growing rice to sustain their coastal populations. Whereas south of this line, you get more and more, and by the time you get to this juncture, it is sago growing that is the prevalent crop for societies along the coastline in this area. Again, because of the high rainfall patterns from the 8th to the 13th century, they were able to produce significant quantities of sago starch, right, from these palms. And so because of that, you were able to support these huge population bases in this large coastal port city settlements that you see during the 8th to the 13th centuries. When the rainfall patterns shift in the 14th century and completely collapse, right, what then ends up happening is you get a significant depopulation and a dispersal of the settlement patterns in this space here down in the south of this line, whereas up in the north in this area where the ITCZ was primarily concentrated in the 14th century onwards, is where you get these large kingdoms like Ayutthaya, Subkota, and so on and so forth, emerging from the 14th century. I show this map because it's really interesting. There's this line here, right, that separates mainland and island Southeast Asia. It's really, in some ways, I used to think that it's an arbitrary line. It's sort of drawn on the map, okay, almost like the British, okay? But interestingly, north of that line is primarily Buddhist in nature, in terms of its culture, whereas south of that line becomes primarily Islamic. So you can see the cultural differences in terms of the zonal patterns, because obviously the two different kinds of societies are different, right? But it's not just based on agriculture, it's not just based on the natural environment, but it's also, it does have an impact on the, ultimately in the religious cultures that we see that take root in these two different spaces. So just to sum up, we often like to think about it, and I'm a historian, so macro level non-human factors are critically important, I think, was what I kind of was beginning to realize as I was working on my project on a micro level example of port cities of this period. But at the end of the day, I would like to think that humans had a role to play in all of that as well. And so given the nature of the factors, what was the role of human agency, right, that created these, that allowed for these settlements to take root, to expand, to become fairly complex at a larger geographical sort of space, and then ultimately what they were not able to do as these macro level factors sort of shifted in the 14th century. And so because of that, the settlements then began to sort of break up, diffuse, and become extremely small over time. Okay, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Derek.
Hey.
Do you know Chinduang Yaruyon in Helsinki?
Yeah.
They're contributing a paper to
Yes.
our end volume, which is called Beyond Recorded History, where we exactly asked them to do this kind of triangulation.
Good, good.
So, good.
Very good, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
So, good evening, everybody. I'm not entirely sure whether I would rather stand here or where you are. I think both has its advantages and disadvantages. I just want you to turn around and look at the beautiful evening that you probably are going to miss in the next 60 minutes or 45 minutes. I also want to thank Franck and Sanjad for allowing me to join this conference, which I feel I'm not really part of because I'm a humanities person and sometimes feel really on a different planet. But I've heard fascinating papers and I really enjoyed working on my own paper, I have to say, so thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak here. I have to make two disclaimers. The one is that I'm talking about a region that I'm not particularly a specialist of. That's your Central Asia and the Tarim Basin. I'm a Mediterranean historian, specializing especially on Egypt. And the reason why I worked on, or did this on Central Asia, was when I heard from Franck that we should talk about climate and macroeconomic developments. I thought, oh, well, that's a good region to demonstrate some issues about the overlap between history and climate change. Then I wrote my paper, then I looked at the various participants, and then I thought, oh, perhaps not a good idea to talk about Central Asia to this type of audience. But then the paper was written, and so here I'm perhaps not particularly new to you. I thought about a good metaphor. I'm not taking coals to Newcastle, but I think I'm taking a dead coal to Newcastle. But I don't want to be so dismissive. I have a point to make, and perhaps as long as I have your attention, I would like to say which point I would like to make in this paper, which one could probably do in other parts of the Eurasian world too. And that's the relationship between science and humanities and how we can find common ground. Because the more cutting edge your research becomes, the more in a way you leave behind historians. Which is, I think, a bit of a problem unless you regard history as just a sort of human memory and kind of culture that surrounds something. I think the narratives that people give to their scientific work is very important, and if one sort of keeps engaging in narratives that are a bit outdated or even perhaps a little bit ideological, then I think much of this very important scientific work somehow might get into a strange or wrong or whatever direction. So this paper is really whatever you think about the details that I'm trying to so to base it on, it's about the relationship between history and science and how we can sort of move on from in this current world. Perhaps the third point I need to make, I read my paper, which is sort of fairly typical for humanities people, but also it's quite late in the day for me. It's sort of somehow 3 o'clock in the morning, I think, or 2:30. So I thought I'm safer if I read. So. What I'm going to do is, first of all, I think I should say this is based on my 5-year project on the Beyond the Silk Road, exchange, economic development, and inter-imperiality in the Afro-Eurasian world region. That's my period, our period, 300 BCE and 300 CE. And the outcome was a 3-volume handbook, open access, thank God, where we tried to sort of rewrite this history of the Silk Road, which we think, or we thought, needs context, it needs an economic history, and it needs a new model. And the sort of research that I'm basing my argument on is actually mostly on the 3rd volume, and there Lauren Morris and Katrin Lese-Messing have worked on Central Asia and Western China. And the details come from those chapters. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, I do the history and science in the Heri Corridor and Tarim Basin. And then I want to discuss 3 examples of environmental and climatic research in the Tarim Basin, which after the day today, I would say is probably not the cutting edge anymore, but it was sort of published around the 2020s, and a bit earlier, perhaps even 2016, 17. And then finally, I want to sort of reflect a little bit about northwestern China and eastern Central Asia as trans-imperial frontiers in the Han and post-Han Empire. So, since the so-called imperial turn, it is uncontroversial then that center-periphery relationships, that is sort of the imperial core, the metropolitan area and its peripheries, were crucial for trans-imperial exchange. In more recent research, however, imperial peripheries are no longer seen as just marginal or transit zones between various capitals that were transformed by imperial centers, but as frontiers, zones of conflict and mediation and transformation that stimulated trans-imperial connectivity and exchange in particular ways. In this context, the vast expanse from the Heri Corridor in the northwestern China to the Tarim Basin of eastern Central Asia deserves special attention. The Heri Corridor, wedged between the southwestern corner of the Gobi Desert in the north and the Qilian Mountains in the south, not telling anything new to you, spans 1,000 kilometers in east-western direction, and connected the Han Empire to the Tarim Basin at its westernmost frontier. The Tarim Basin is a vast endorheic basin with the Taklamakan Desert at its center, and some 3,000 kilometers along the east-western axis between the Tian Shan in the north and the Kunlun and Altan Shan in the south. Much paleoclimatic and paleo-environmental research has taken place in these regions. Some of the participants of this research are in this audience, which I wasn't quite aware of when I wrote this paper. There seem to be 3 interrelated fields of interest addressed in this work. First, the hydrological situation of the Lop Nor. Already the Swedish explorer Sven Hedin, who discovered the city of Lolan on the then and now hyper-arid northeastern fringe of the Taklamakan Desert, observed that the lake changed its location. This was a striking phenomenon, as was the fact that the lake dried out several times during its existence until it finally desiccated in the last century. The second interest relates to the agrarian situation around Lop Nor. which Han transmit a text called A Thriving Agrarian Kingdom. Now this area lies in the middle of a desert. Related to this problem is the largest and most important question, and that is climate change in the region. After more than 50 years of research, there seems to be general agreement that from about the first quarter of the first millennium BC to the mid-first millennium CE, i.e. sort of 1800 BCE to 500 CE, the Tarim Basin and Hirji corridor saw a warmer and wetter period than in the periods beforehand and after. This would explain that far more and better agriculture was possible in the oases in these harsh regions than in the periods in the, say, Bronze Age and, say, early medieval period. Yet in what ways do these findings bear on long-distance Silk Road trade? The Hirji corridor was seized by the Han from the Xiongnu, an empire-like confederation of steppe populations, in 121 BC, at the end of the 2nd century BCE. The Han government established 4 commanderies there, which reportedly involved the relocation of tens of thousands of soldiers and conscript workers from the central plain into this remote region, so a typical center-periphery movement. On the northwestern defense lines, Han forces built a chain of watchtowers to defend against invasions from the Xiongnu, set up checkpoint-like passes to control the movement of people, and established a postal relay system for communication between the capital and the frontier. In the tumultuous times between the reign of the former and later Han, around the turn of the millennium, it was ruled independently by a certain Do Rong, a warlord that was well acquainted with the region. After the establishment of a central government, Do Rong retained considerable independence in the Hirji corridor and built relationships with non-Chinese people in and beyond the region. The northwestern Tarim Basin was intermittently a Han protectorate, with the kingdoms of Loulan and Yuxi being attacked in the later 2nd century for the first time. A military headquarters was established in Wulei, and agrarian garrisons in Luntai, Qinxi, and Yuxi in the course of the 1st century BCE. Yet Chinese immigration into the Tarim Basin was much less intense than into the Hirji corridor, probably because of the powerful Tarim Basin polities that had grown in the early 1st millennium BCE. The Xiongnu regained control over the Tarim Basin in the transitional period between former and later Han, but were pushed back again sometime in the later 1st century CE. But in 107 CE, the Han court abolished the office of Protector General and replaced it with 2 minor officials. Until in the mid-2nd century already, i.e. around 150 CE, the later Han withdrew from the region completely. The renewed Chinese administration of Loulan Kingdom in the 3rd and 4th centuries that we see in the Korainer documents belong to the much more regionalized post-Han episode of Chinese history. Now, politics and economic exchange in the frontiers interacted in complex ways. When the Han expanded the western regions into the late 2nd century BCE, the Han court had become involved in tributary and diplomatic relationships, both with the Xiongnu in the north and the kingdoms of the Tarim Basin and beyond in the west. Tribute and diplomacy involved the exchange of large amounts of luxury products, including silk, which is likely to have been the major source through which Han products moved further west in the subsequent centuries. And I found Rasmus' talk about silk coming, the term silk coming via the Xiongnu, very interesting in this context. Han court historiography, however, complained that many diplomats used the journeys as a cloak for trade, i.e. instead of sending gifts, they bought and sold goods at their own profit. To what extent such complaints can be taken at face value is questionable, and there's at least a pinch of invective in such complaints. Traders are always kind of like nomads, they're the baddies, they don't really do what you want them to do. More important and significant is the fact that after the demise of Han power, the so-called Sogdian letters, dated to the early 4th century, attest to a thriving trade network which not only involved the cities of Sogdiana and the Tarim Basin, but extended into China as well as South and Southeast Asia. This evidence, together with the shadow of von Richthofen's Silk Road, has foregrounded long-distance trade as the most important outcome of Han Western expansion into the Western regions. But arguably, the interdependence of imperial expansion, agrarian development, and the development of trans-imperial exchange is a little bit more complicated. I start with the wandering lake. Sven Hedin discovered the Lot Nord and the adjacent town Lulan accidentally on a second trip to the Tarim Basin. This discovery was path-breaking, or at least seen in this way. This was the first archaeological identification of a site mentioned in the Shiji records of the journeys of Shangchan. The groundbreaking discovery, and I'm somehow a bit reminded of Michael's discovery recently in the mountains compared to the discovery in the desert, was widely reported in international newspapers and caught the attention of the enterprising Hungarian archaeologist Aurel Stein, who followed in Hedin's footsteps and validated archaeologically many of Hedin's surface explorations. Since then, the archaeology of the Tarim Basin has become intimately intertwined with the Silk Road imaginary. Hedin believed that Silk Road trade thrived because of a period of wetter climate in the Tarim Basin. According to his observation, the Lot Nord that was fed by riverine tributaries and the Boston Lake nearby changed its size and location due to different hydrological situations in the past millennia. At the beginning of the Han period, he argued, Lot Nord was a large lake which allowed cities like Lulan to grow together with the roads that connected Lulan with other oasis cities. The Han Chinese author of the Shiji Banguo described the kingdom of Lulan as a flourishing oasis with intensive irrigation farming and grazing grounds at the time of the former Han. Yet the water level of Lot Nord dropped after the Han period, so towns, farmland, roads, and trade also declined. Hedin suggested that the changing location of the Lot Nord was the result of significant climate change, a supposition that was later confirmed by a Sino-Swedish investigating the questions further in 1929 to 1930. Some 80 years later, the interest of the Lot Nord has flared up again. In the 2010s, a team of Chinese, Iceland, and German researchers analyzed grain size and stable oxygen isotopes in the upper sand and lower silt-dominated surface of Lot Nord. They found, and here I'm very broadly speaking, that the sand layers with grain size and shape similar to Ionian sands in the region were formed about 1,800 and 1,000 years before present. That is around 300 to 1,100 CE. The gradual increase from a mean grain size of fine silk at 0.9 meters to fine sand at 70 centimeters probably indicated a continuously increasing proportion of Ionian sediments accumulation and steady lake level decrease. Based on these data, Mischke et al. Argued that the abandonment of the kingdom of Lulan was not caused by climate change, but by irrigation practices that caused the lake level to drop. It was the first human-made natural disaster and similar to that of the Aral Sea in more recent times. They agreed with earlier climate research that the climate in Lulan region was significantly wetter during the Han period than thereafter, which allowed the Lulan kingdom to flourish. Yet Delta 018 analyses in the dead layers of the Lot Nord suggested that the lake levels started to decline around already 200 BC, that is roughly around the time the Han moved into this region. Grain size data also indicated near desiccation periods by 300 CE, that is shortly after the Han period. Sand-dominated sediments did not accumulate during the entire preceding period, which suggested that a fundamental change in the depositional environment occurred around 1,800 years ago. They conclude, in contrast to changing climate conditions, since the decline of the lowland civilization and abandonment of the desert cities may have resulted from the intensification of irrigation farming in the middle reaches of the Tarim River and its tributaries and water shortage further downstream. Other regional lake records from within and outside the realm of the Han Empire potentially provide a clue to differentiate between the regional climate conditions and possible human impact on the environment during the period of the Lowland Kingdom decline. Similar observations were made for Eastern Yunnan, which is number 21 there, and Junyesi, which is 22, and the Boston Lake in the northeastern part of the Tarim Basin, which is number 13 on your picture. The former desiccated around 1700 before present, that is 400 CE, and Lake Boston experienced similar low levels and increasing salinities at around 100 BCE. In contrast to 15 other lakes further west and not occupied by the Han, they showed continuous wet conditions. Mischke et al. Conclude, and now I quote, Lulan at the ancient Silk Road is among the most famous ruined cities, reported in historical documents almost 2,000 years ago and rediscovered by the Swedish researcher and traveler Sven Hedin in 1891. The flourishing lowland civilization was an important trade center at the ancient Silk Road, established at the beginning of the Han dynasty. Some of the well-preserved mummies from the Tarim Basin are significantly older, with ages up to 3,800 years, but most of the cities and farmlands were established during the first expansion of China's mainland towards the west during the Han dynasty. This westward expansion of the Chinese Empire was accompanied by a large population migration and intensification of irrigation farming along the rivers in mountain forelands in the Tarim Basin and the Rechi Corridor, further to the east. The expansion towards the west was enabled by stationed troops, which not only secured the occupation, but were used for the establishment of fortified cities and trade posts. And even more important, the soldiers were the ones responsible for the large-scale reclamation of arable land and the establishment of irrigation farming in many regions which had not been intensively cultivated before. Large-scale irrigation farming started in the Tarim Basin in the middle of the 1st century BCE. So that's Mischke 2017. Now, almost everything in this passage, unfortunately, is inaccurate. Large-scale irrigation farming in the Tarim Basin did not start with the Han, but is attested in the river deltas at the foothills of the Altun Shan and Kunlun mountain ranges already in the early 1st millennium BC at the latest. There was also no large-scale population migration and intensification of irrigation farming along the rivers in mountain forelands in the Tarim Basin. As already mentioned, the Han domination of the Tarim Basin was relatively slight in comparison to the Rechi Corridor, where they established 4 commanderies and moved vast amounts of people to develop agricultural garrisons and defense structures. Compare the tens of thousands reportedly to have moved into this area to the mere 14,000 inhabitants of Lulan mentioned by Ban Guo. They also did not build cities in the western regions. In 60 or 59 BCE, the Han established the Office of Protector General in the western regions with a military headquarters in the city-state of Wulei. This was an adaptation of a former Xiongnu office with similar functions, possibly in the same location. The Protector General, together with his staff, was supposed to act as his chief Han representative in the western regions and ideally maintain Han supremacy over the policies and regulate interactions among them. There's, however, no mention of agrarian or urban development in the region other than in Yuxi. The number of soldiers under the command of the Protector General is not known, but most likely comprised only a small number. The offices of Wu Colonel and Ji Colonel were created in 48 BC. They were seated in Yuxi and responsible specifically for the agricultural garrison there. Similar institutions are not attested for Lowland. An attempt to fully integrate the Tarim Basin policy into the Han administrative structure, for instance by turning them into commanderies, was never made. Come to my second point, climate change in Central Asia. Zhou distinguished 3 warm, moist, and 3 cold, arid periods during the last 5,000 years in Central Asia on the basis of plant phenology in Chinese historical records. The first was during 5,000 to 3,000 years before present, i.e. roughly during the Central Asian Bronze Age between 3000 and 1000 BCE. The average annual temperature is supposed to have been higher by 2 degrees than that of modern times during this period. The second warm period was from the Central Asian Iron Age to the early years of the Han Dynasty, from about 770 BC to 100 CE. Although the Han Dynasty didn't really start in either of these edging points or corner dates. The third warm period occurred during 600 and 1000 CE, especially during the 8th and 9th centuries. Periods in between and thereafter saw much rougher conditions, and urban life in the oases are supposed to have declined as a result. Shang Hong, 2003, concluded that climate change was a principal factor for oasis evolution and settled life, although human activities took increasing effect on these developments as well. Continuous aridity, by contrast, brought about the damage of some ancient oases in the Tarim Basin in the 5th and 6th century CE. Li et al. 2016 used similar climatic factors as a background to their analysis of changing water levels of the Lob Nor. Relatively wet conditions existed between 9 and 5.1 Ka before present, that is around the 7th and 4th century, 4th millennia BCE, and between 2.4 and 1.8 Ka, which is 200 BCE to 200 CE, with periods of increased aridity in between and thereafter. The relatively wet conditions between 2.4 and 1.8 Ka and dry conditions afterwards likely first fostered and then caused the devastation of the ancient Lowland kingdom. Hill, 2019, simulated climate events on the basis of atmospheric carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrogen dioxide concentrations in the atmosphere, and observed a clear transition from the drier climate of the Middle Holocene to wetter climates between 1000 BCE and 250 CE. The simulated increase in precipitation is strongest in the Central Asian region, particularly in areas covered by the main classical Silk Road cities from Merv to Kashgar, he concludes. The major cities of Samarkand and Bukhara were founded in this period, while some of the classical Silk Road cities were founded in the final centuries BCE. A drying climate may have forced the founding of cities and initiation of large-scale irrigation and trade. However, the increased hydrological resources may have ultimately allowed these cities to flourish and provide the backbone of the Silk Road trade routes. Now, third point, the agrarian development in the Lowland Kingdom. In 2011 and 2012, a team of Chinese scholars from the Institute of Geology and Geophysics in Beijing published a couple of papers on the agricultural surface of the Kingdom of Lowland, whose center was located on the northwestern bank of the Lob Nor. A second study was devoted to the Lowland core region and Milan, further south, on the foothills of the Altan Shan, which may have been under the influence of the Lowland kingdom at that time. Although it was long known from the Shiji that Lowland was a rich agricultural area, the only physical evidence of Lowland farmland so far had been a farmhouse ruin found by Oral Stein in 1914, and a canal reported by a Chinese archaeological team in 1979 and 1980. Field investigations of the Beijing team were carried out in 2008 and 2010. High spatial resolution satellite images of Google Earth were analyzed and several farmland-like and canal-like features identified. Magnetic susceptibility and grain sizes of sediment samples were measured, as well as soil samples analyzed, and fossil pollen identified and magnified. The courses of the canals that were visible on the satellite images contained some fossils and aquatic snails, suggesting that water once was conducted through them. Farmland-like blocks revealed bronze arrowheads, treated jade and stone utensils in them. The pollen analysis indicated the cultivation of a wide variety of crops, including oasis grassland and viticia, suggesting the cultivation of grapes. Remotely sensed images, moreover, revealed that the total area of farmland on the west bank of Lot Nord was immense. Though data still being far from complete, the total area of farmland under cultivation was more than 5,000 hectares, though different parts may have been cultivated during several centuries. Crop grains found in certain areas suggest that here cultivation started in as early as 2000 or to 15,000, middle of the first millennium BCE, though large-scale irrigation developed only later. Larger combe-like channels and smaller rivulet-like canals may have been used to irrigate different vegetations or were used by different social groups, i.e. poor, rich, indigenous, or Chinese, or may have been constructed during different periods. They conclude, without precise data, that large-scale cultivation and irrigation in the Lulan kingdom may have begun by Han troops, though farming in Lulan started much earlier. Geospatial research conducted under Xiongquan Wang in Milan and published in 2017 established that between 50 and 500 CE, Milan had an extensive hierarchical irrigation system with a trunk canal from which primary and secondary canals, which were the main irrigation canals, and tertiary feeder canals extended. The Beijing team published another study in 2012 based on phytolith and diatom analysis of 15 fossil examples, 2 of them camel coprolites and further 13 archaeological examples from Lowland and Milan, dated to the period between about 50 to 700 CE. The phytolith results indicated that reeds and grasses along with some shrubs dominated the study area during this period. The results also suggested that common millet was staple crop and foxtail millet and possibly naked barley were non-staple crops for ancient Lulan and Milan residents. This is a fascinating evidence for local consumption habits, but the results are given once again more global significance. The ancient city of Lulan, the authors write, was a staging post for traders and migrants, and an important junction between central and western China on the middle route of the Silk Route. This once prosperous Silk Road city became a desert and depopulated zone filled with wind, eroded gravels when the Buddhist monk Xiong Hang passed through the region in 645 CE. To summarize so far, over the past half-century, climatic and environmental research established first that the water level of Lot Nord sank, probably because of ecologically harmful irrigation practices. Second, that some period between 200 BCE and 500 CE was one of the warmer and wetter periods of the Holocene, which allowed intensive irrigation agriculture to thrive. And 3, that the oasis cities of Lulan, Milan, and Muhu Shaham Guhu Kuku, nicely called MJK for people like me, had extensive hierarchical irrigation networks that were fully functional during the Han period. These are important findings. I'm less convinced by the conclusions drawn from these findings, in particular that these oasis polities were or ever developed into major trading centers in the Han period. Second, that the Han expansion into the western regions introduced superior, high productivity irrigation agriculture into a region that so far had not seen or seen just inferior irrigation agriculture. And third, that Han expansion, together with the warm period in Central Asia, contributed directly to long-distance Silk Road exchange. Now, I come to my final part. Northwestern China and Eastern Central Asia as trans-imperial frontiers. Archaeology transmitted and excavated texts, especially from the postal station of Xiongquan near Donghuan, together of a very differentiated picture of Han presence in the Heishi Corridor and Tarim Basin. First, Han's historiography makes abundantly clear that when Han forces seized the Heishi Corridor, the campaigns were aimed at 2 Xiongnu leaders. Direct military control of the region followed a little after attacks from the Wuzun, another pastoral population that the Han diplomat Shang Tian reported to have been pushed further west by the Xiongnu. after a short period of military occupation, the Han established agricultural garrisons in the Heshi corridor, built defensive walls, increased irrigation networks, and developed oasis towns. In the area of ancient Yuan, geospatial and archaeological research has revealed an extensive irrigation system dated by the authors to the Han area of occupation, which is totally acceptable. Whether this was developed from naught or whether the Han improved and extended an existing irrigation network cannot be taken from the current publication situation that is still so dominated by the idea of Han impact on agrarian development. Turning to trade, the rich material of Xiongquan postal station, together with other excavated texts from beacon towers or relay stations, show a large amount of private buying and selling of everyday goods in the Heshi corridor. Many soldiers sold or offered garments in payment for other consumption goods or used them as pledges for monetary credit. Under later Han, stipends were increasingly paid in cloth or grain rather than Wuzhou coins, offering further opportunities for exchange with people who were not interested in Chinese bronze coins. Larger scale transactions included purchase of land, one mentioned to have involved the sum of 2 million cash, which is quite a big sum. We do hear of some interstate border crossing markets, or market with a hu, a general Chinese term for foreigners. Even these were relatively local affairs and are presented as specific concessions to particular Xiongnu leaders. According to a passage in the Han Shu related to 84 BCE, the court approved the request of the governor of Wu Wei, the Han's easternmost commandery, to organize a fair with the northern Xiongnu, whose Xiang Yu had asked for such a trading opportunity. The passage mentions Han officials, merchants, as well as Xiongnu leaders, with their subordinates bringing several thousands of horses and cattle to this semi-private but officially approved undertaking. The Xiongquan documents, moreover, frequently mention foreign delegations and their destinations. 24 states in the Tarim Basin and Central Asia occur in the context of ration payments, among them Lulan, Yuezhi, Dayuan, and Yutian. By presenting a passport issued by a local government, visitors were entitled to free food and accommodation in the Xiongquan postage station. The size of delegations moving past could be huge. One document shows that a delegation of 1,074 members was sent from Yutuen. Another document records that there were 479 visitors from different states on their way back home. None of these people were private traders. Han influence in the Tarim Basin was much more episodic than it was in the Heshi corridor. In contrast to the Heshi corridor, moreover, we know quite a bit about the pre-Han development of Tarim Basin polities. Hebert and Chen, 1995, distinguished 6 cultural zones in the Bronze Age Tarim Basin, marked by different burial practices, pottery traditions, and metalworking styles. They also suggest that the polities of the Bronze Age practice irrigation agriculture on the river deltas, together with low-intensity agriculture and animal herding. I mean, I'm sure you know more details about that. Yet it seems that social stratification and exchange between polities was limited before the first millennium BCE. The dead were buried in groups, and there is little material differentiation of grave goods. Then a dramatic increase in exchange and social differentiation set in. The circulation of metal objects, shared prestige goods, individual instead of group burial, and increased amounts of radiuses of exchange in both existing and new sites suggest demographic growth and highly interactive social differentiation. I will not engage in the thorny question of the reasons for this transformation. Sitta suggests the introduction of the horse, and Franck, 2002, suggested differential availability and exchange of metal. Increased peer polity interaction is in any case typical for early Iron Age societies and can be observed in places as far apart as the Mediterranean and Southeast Asia. Internal dynamics rather than foreign influence also account for local agrarian development. Franck, 2019, have shown that the agropastoral terrain basin policies along the foothills of the southern and northern mountain ranges applied sophisticated farming strategies to improve the relatively poor quality of their soil and to allow greater diversification of their crops. By the 1st century CE, agriculture required strategies that benefited from specialization in either agriculture or pastoral labor. MJK4, moreover, was built by an agropastoral community in the early centuries of the Common Era. Archaeologists have identified houses, burials, and a complex irrigation system consisting of check dams, canals, cisterns, and field boundaries. The date of MJK4 development suggests that these installations fell into a period when Han administrative presence was limited or even absent if we can believe in the narratives of the transmitted historiography. In any case, we do not hear of any efforts to develop new or to expand existing agrarian garrisons in either the Hexi corridor or the Tarim Basin in the 1st century or anywhere by later Han. So how can we fit local agrarian development into a wider history of Eurasian connectivity? How can we develop a better understanding of the role of Chinese and Eastern Central Asian frontier zones for the connectivity of Asia as a macro zone? Now, first, it should have become clear that we need more fine-grained chronological results in order to correlate agrarian expansion and the construction of irrigation systems to Han presence, if the claim of Han imperial impact on agricultural productivity in the Tarim Basin should stand. And I can tell you a lot about Ptolemaic presence in Egypt and the development of the Fayum and how much that actually sort of impacted on the Egyptian agriculture in general. Second, we need a better understanding, and I think that's really very important, of the relationship between the Eastern Tarim polities and Han agricultural garrisons, especially in the neighboring Hexi corridor. Was, and if so, in what ways, was agrarian and infrastructural development in the Tarim Basin influenced by the massive Han presence in the neighboring region? So, rather imitation and emulation rather than Han development might be the more interesting story. Third, we need to distinguish between developments under Han and developments during the post-Han period in the Tarim Basin and Hexi corridor. Were long-distance trade and exchange the reasons for why the Tarim Basin polities flourished, or was increasing long-distance exchange rather a later consequence of agrarian development and demographic change occurring in previous centuries? And finally, we need a better understanding of how climatic factors, agrarian development, population growth, and trans-imperial exchange were connected. And for this, I turn briefly to the post-Han period. After Han, the Hexi corridor was currently politically independent and cut off from the former metropolitan region of the Han Empire. Different houses of both Han and non-Han origin ruled over the territory and established their dynastic capitals in various Hexi corridor towns that formerly had been the seats of Han commanderies, i.e. Wuwei, Shanghai, Yuquan, and Dunhuan. The former frontier zone thus developed into a political center in its own right. Its towns became more prominent consumption centers and final destinations of trans-imperial goods that formerly had just passed through them as tributary gifts. Furthermore, increasing political autonomy and intermittent cut-offs from central China reorientated the region's supply situation. Both as a result of and opportunity for this reorientation, the towns of the Hexi corridor became highly cosmopolitan, with people of Chinese, Indian, and Central Asian origin living side by side each other. Several administrative documents from the 6th to 8th century, among them a tax register from Dunhuan, attest to many residents of Sogdian origin, with one of the townships, Sunghua, even counting a Sogdian majority, according to de la Vassière. Traders formed only part of the many Sogdians that lived in the Dunhuan region. They were farmers, tanners, workers in leather, and innkeepers, artists, bronzesmiths, and nailers of camel feet, or even slaves. Sogdian communities were subject to regular corvée, lived in quarters that bore Sogdian names, and built their temples there. Some Sogdians were in possession of quite large farms that did not form a merchant diaspora, but merchants were part of a big migratory process that involved all levels of society. Scholars consider the possibility that not so much pull factors, that is, trading opportunities, but push factors played a role in the mobility and migration of Eastern Central Asian populations. Sogdiana had been a politically unstable frontier zone too, when diplomatic exchange with the Han was most intense. Having formed a Persian and then Seleucid far eastern province, it had been taken over by the Greco-Bactrians in the mid-3rd century BCE. But not long after, the Kanju or Zaka, an agro-pastoral population from the middle Sirdaya, seemed to have conquered the oasis polities that had developed along the Serafshan and Kashkadaya rivers in the early 1st millennium BCE. These polities had seen some population growth over a period of 500 years and in the 3rd century CE, the growth of towns in an up to then townless region, according to Kidd and Stark, occurred. J.K. Scaff suggests that population growth and urbanization in Sogdiana may have put some pressure on disadvantaged social groups who moved further east to find occupation in the military and trade or as dependent laborers. Their association with trade may have been partly due to the fact that they continued to stay outsiders to Chinese society. Another reason for their success in trade may have been the increasing consumption of goods such as spices, musk, and pepper by a wider social range of people. Like in the Roman Mediterranean, the consumption of trans-imperial goods by a wider range of sub-elites would explain the growth of Central Asian trade in the post-Han period. Many of the social and economic developments during the later and post-Han periods require further research, but the following might be a framework within which this research might fruitfully develop. Qin, Han, and Xiongnu hostilities caused the conquest of the Heishi corridor and the growth of relationships along both a north-south and an east-western axis. These tributary and diplomatic relationships are well known and to have involved a host of material exchanges, including fine and common silks, human beings, i.e. princesses, women and people, slaves, horses and other animals, as well as fur, spices, musk, pepper, and so on. These exchanges also involved a lot of people who increased their knowledge of each other and each other's languages and consumption habits, as well as knowledge of routes and people who could lead them through the difficult territory. The environmental background to all this might have been a climate warm period that encouraged the intensification of agriculture in the oases of otherwise rather barren regions from Sogdiana in the west to the Heishi corridor in the east. Climate change likely also affected migratory patterns. I mean, I keep thinking about the flowers that we saw this morning, into the Heishi corridor and provided an accelerating factor in this mutually enforcing scenario. Diplomatic and tributary relationships involving both steppe populations and the polities within and beyond the Tarim Basin formed another factor in the increase of notably multi-directional exchange in the Central Inner Asian, East Asian macro region. Whether merchants habitually accompanied the diplomatic journeys between the Han court and the Western regions is a moot point. More convincing is Lauren Morris's suggestion that the diplomatic exchanges were initiated and supplied by the imperial and social networks of the Han court and the local elites in Central Asia in the first instance, but they also involved their social followers, and these became familiar with the routes and consumption preferences in the foreign regions, knowledge that outdated the political context that had initiated them. It may have been these sub-elite followers, or simply their knowledge systems, that laid the foundation for the merchant networks that we encounter in post-Han manuscripts. So, in conclusion, frontier zone development rather than Silk Road trade seemed to be a better frame of analysis for the transformation of a macro region, a process to which climate change, local adaptation to this change, demographic growth, mobility, and imperial expansion together contributed in a complex combination. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sitta, for a great talk, also for highlighting a period, is my period. So 300
Sorry, I was wondering.
300 BCE, I give or take 200 BCE to 300. So, you know, this is at least for most of my academic career, that was the period I was very interested in. I am wondering, though, that much of your talk saw everything through a Chinese lens. The frontier regions that you described, and you mentioned Lulan and Shanshan, but if you look at the languages of the early Common Era there, of the populations who lived there, it's Gandhari, right? So the sort of weight of what is happening in the Tarim Basin can be divorced from what is happening really in the Kushan period, I would say. And among the Nia documents in Kharoshti, you have lots of agricultural references, you know, about crops and things like that, and the administration of that. So I'm really wondering whether or not this, you know, where do you picture that Hershey corridor frontier zone, right? I mean, because from the perspective of the talk, it's sort of where the Chinese kind of went and then dictated what happened there. And that's not what we see in the archaeology.
It speaks very much to what I wanted to say. I wanted to get out of the Chinese domination story. That I looked very much from the Chinese perspective is that my dialogue partners were, in a way, these people who overemphasized this Chinese development. I think the Gandhari in the Tarim Basin, it starts somewhere in the 2nd century CE, something like that. So that is another thing that one needs to look at or be aware of, that something that happened in 200 BCE is not the same as happened in 200 CE, and the
but
gravity...
There's some documentation about continuation of the population in Lulan from the 2nd century.
But how would Gandhari then, I mean...
No, that becomes another layer in this, which... All I'm saying is that a lot of these sites in the Han period are actually drawn towards Central Asia, right? And that an analysis of the populations there, the languages they spoke, what they did, has to start there. That's only, you know, what I would say. And in particular, and Lauren works a lot on the Kushan. She does excellent work on the Kushan period. You know, that connection is really vital for that period. Because you didn't mention the Eurasia, right? And the movement of the Eurasia from exactly the Hershey corridor, that area, going west, right? And then ultimately sort of...
You open doors, and actually, in a way, when I had another half hour, I would have liked to talk about this kind of Zogdian influence in the 1st and 2nd century, which Lauren exactly in that volume actually details. And but I think again it's sort of a typical frontier zone situation, which is not just the Chinese military frontier, but it's a frontier insofar as there are a lot of people moving together and creating something new. And I think, I mean, to come back to my hobby horse, the Silk Road, this is just completely lost in a story of a kind of linear connectivity that is sort of timeless and exists and doesn't really admit kind of, what's it called, multi-directional exchange over different periods among different people.
So I just wanted to make a quick comment, and also just to thank you for citing the stuff on MGK. As you were talking about Lolan, I was wondering, my question was, well, what about MGK? So then you mentioned it. For those who haven't seen, this is the work of a former PhD student of mine named Yu Chi Li, who studied these mountain Piedmont irrigation systems, which date to like the 3rd century CE. I think there might be one of the sections might date a bit earlier. But anyway, the point being that it's exactly as you say, but so I won't repeat that obviously, but what's interesting about that space, and it kind of goes to what Sanjo was saying, is that not only was MGK not at all referential to anything related to the Han hydrological system, but it seems to almost be, it's like it's a flash in the pan, right? It's something that kind of opens up, and you do it for a couple hundred years, and then the climate shuts off and it just goes away. I mean, the remnants stay. So it's almost experimental in and of itself. Now, why I think that's important is because it comes to this point about how do these local communities adapt and utilize the periphery or the frontier when it is actually at the heart of their own area. And so what we end up getting is these sort of ebbs and flows of investments, right? So it's like, okay, we can do agriculture now because the water's coming out of the mountains here. And so they quickly build a bunch of infrastructure. And if you look at the site, I mean, there's a satellite, or there's aerial imagery online, whatever. It's an amazing place. You know, huge, right? Huge irrigation system. And then it lasts for 100 years, and then poof. And that population is as flexible as that. They just move on, do something else. And so this is kind of an interesting lens on the flexibility of these regions to reshape themselves. Yeah, kind of how I was talking about this morning. Like, if you were to compare even a century differentiation, right, between third century and 5th century, and it's part of the thing of the Tarim Basin, you could find fundamentally different approaches by ostensibly the same historical communities, right? And I think that's really like kind of the message I think you're getting at, is that it's not always about this end-to-end infrastructural kind of institution of the Silk Road, but rather, and this is kind of the point I think that many of us have been making today, it's like these, Will have been making this, other people, even with language, like we see these nuanced connectivities that shape other things, but then they kind of rotate out of function, and something else turns up. And I think that's kind of where, if we step away from the model of there being a frontier or periphery, and I recently gave a talk where I just simply entitled the talk, "There is no periphery." Like, I don't believe in the term periphery, actually. And it's not, I meditated on that one. But seriously, I don't think there's a periphery. It's only a periphery if we take the primacy of the Han Chinese, or the primacy of, whatever the texts that we heard about earlier today. But when we look from within, and let that archaeology tell the story, the Silk Road emerges not so much as that trope that I think we all can agree is not the right way of thinking about it, but it becomes this now functional tool for us to say it actually grows organically from the inside, and then it speaks to the kinds of exchanges that we want to see are shifting. So I would hope that, I think we all agree with you, that that really older model of this sort of institutionalized end-to-end bureaucratic system is not ever what the Silk Road might have been. And so at least amongst archaeologists, you've got friends in that critique. So maybe that's something we can move beyond in some way, and then just say, hey, what's the periphery? If you take the periphery and just centralize it, now you see this kind of turning engine, which is really producing, in a sense, a bigger system. And it applies to everything. It applies to languages, it applies to domestication, it applies to all the things we've been talking about here, even images and gardens. And it's exactly that generative force. And that's
I'm very convinced by, that's actually I wouldn't say the first thing that ever convinced me, but that it is a counter-narrative against this sort of imperial idea, and it sort of takes away boundaries and borders and so on. But I think the frontier is not just equivalent to a periphery, but I think a frontier sort of centralizes these kind of processes. It's perhaps a little bit more complicated to understand, and the term isn't very good either, I have to say. The frontier is as bad a term as the Silk Road. But anyway, thank you.
I just want to thank you, Sitta, for a great talk, and I want to thank all the speakers for hanging in there through technological breakdowns, through, I don't know what else happened, but a lot happened. Jet lag, hunger, and I think it was a very exciting 2 days. I really enjoyed it tremendously. So from our perspective, I think it was really successful, and I really appreciated all the conversations. And to the audience, thank you for hanging in there. It was a long day, so we'll just wrap it up. So thank you so much.